What's going on, y'all? I I got a couple of things I want to say to get the monologue getting started. If you haven't noticed the title is To Be Better. And I'm wondering if you ever wonder if you've ever wonder if if you ever wonder why we're all here, why we're all so obsessed, quite frankly, if you want to put it that way, if we're so obsessed with being better, not doing better, but being better. Like, we're all supposed to be upgrading ourselves consistently, optimizing constantly, always looking to be improving. But here's the problem: Better according to whom? To who? We're talking about success. We're talking about happiness. We're talking about personal growth. But half of the time, we don't even know what we're chasing. We just assume that if we change enough, we fix enough, we improve enough, somehow the version of ourselves that wherever whatever we're looking at and everything else that's going according along to it will just make sense. It will just fit in. But let me ask you something. How do others see you? Not how you think people see you, how they actually see you. Because the truth is, most of us are walking around completely different images of ourselves than the one that the world sees us for. And that gap, that disconnect between who we think we are and who we think that we should be, who we actually are, that's where the real work starts. So tonight, I think we're going to be breaking a bit of that down, understanding ourselves, understanding yourself, breaking the habits, acknowledging the way your beliefs are shaped in reality. Because if you don't know who you are, how the hell could you know who you're going to become? And most importantly, what is the one question you need to ask yourself in order to make some truly big changes for yourself in the world to come? Folks, let us get into it. What's good, everybody? What is good? Of course, welcome to, of course, another episode of Opinionated with yours truly. I'm your guy, Resla, and we all have this idea of ourselves, right? We think that we are good people. We think that we are self-aware. We think that we perceive a certain way of life when it comes to ourselves. But here's the uncomfortable truth. How you see yourself and how the world sees you are two completely different things. So let's do a little bit of experiment. Imagine you walk into your room full of people that you feel like you know well. Your friends, your family, your coworkers, your exes, everybody. Now, imagine you step outside of that room and let them describe you. No filters, no holding back. What do you think they're going to say? Would they call you kind, selfish, fake, untrustworthy? Would they say actually funny things or just think you are who you are? Would they say you listen or just wait for your turn to speak? If the thought of hearing their unfiltered opinions make you uncomfortable, well, good. That means there's work to be done. ladies and gentlemen, because perception, unfortunately, is reality. And if you think that you're the kind of person, but the world sees you differently, you think you're one type, but the world sees you just a little bit differently, could be vast, but a little bit differently. I'm going to ask you this question: which version of that is real? And if you don't like the answer, are you willing to actually change it? Most people won't. Then I'm just going to keep it a buck. Most people won't. Most people cling to their self perception because admitting that you might not be who you think you are, that's a terrifying thought. Nobody likes to believe they might be selfish or closed minded or insecure. But how do you grow if you refuse to acknowledge your flaws? Hmm? How? If like it's like it's basically like when someone's calling you out for something that is really important, and instead of considering if they might actually have a valid point, your reaction is to be on the defensive. That's not true. That's not who I am. But enough people are saying the same thing about you. At what point do you stop assuming they're wrong and start wondering if maybe they see more about you than you do? The hardest pill to swallow is that you are not always the hero of your own story. Sometimes you're the problem. Sometimes you're the one who has been difficult or toxic or emotionally unavailable or overly emotional. But if you can acknowledge that, if you can really take the time to hear what people are saying, you can unlock the ability to change it, right? If you're brave enough to ask people how they really, truly see you, and open to actually having the ears to listen to their answers and realize that there are two things. One, you are not as good of a person as you think you are. Two, you're also not as bad as your worst critics make you out to be. Somewhere, somewhere in between, there's the real you. The question is, are you willing to meet that person? We're going to be covering a whole lot of stuff today when it comes to the better you, how to become the better you, ways to look at becoming the better you. Because most people like to believe that who they are right now is just fine, ignoring all the flaws that are already taking place around them. But before I get into that, we like to do a little bit of tradition here, folks. I'm, of course, going to want to welcome everybody who already walked to the building. James Talk Life was already here. First one in. He says, "Hi, everyone." He was way in here early. I'm the one late. I'm the one late. He was here early. I'm the one late. So James absolutely doing his thing. Locksmith Jeremy was up in the building. I appreciate you. Zoomer, of course, walked up in the building. He says, "What up?" Rick said he's here in attendance. Appreciate it. Easy is up in the building. Appreciate you, Easy. Let's is also up in the building. I appreciate Dom. Oh, Dom's definitely up in the building. It says followers being here. Exactly. Exactly. Mr. Carey, what's going on? What's going on? He said, plead the fifth. Don't want to answer the question. No, just joking. Okay. All right. Listen. We're going to get down to it. And of course, crazy mama up here said, absolutely agree. Hey, all. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Peace. Peace Dynamo is also up in here. What's going on? What's going on? I appreciate you actually being up in the building. And of course, as you pour in as well, do yourself a favor, folks, and give your hellos to everybody's up in the community. We are building a community of critical thinkers, of people who like thought provoking questions. Make yourself known so that you are not left out from the big celebration. Cellulite, yo, he said, what's going on? What camera you using? It's the same old camera, guy. I actually spent a little bit of time today building me some new LUTs. So this is one of my new LUTs that you're seeing today. That's why it looks a little bit different. Same old stuff, same old background. Change the lighting a little bit. Just the colors. I can always change the colors, but the new look is because I set up a new LUT for myself. I made like 3 LUTs for myself. So this is one of you're seeing today. And that's what it is. El Pero is up in here. It says peace, greetings to all. Appreciate you actually being in the building. I can. He said, I need help with it. Listen, look, so you know, come on now. Will, you know what it is. All you gotta do is ask. I'm willing to help you. All you gotta do is ask, my guy. There's no question about it. Yeah, it's a little cleaner. It's a little cleaner. A little, just a little. Will hit me on the back end, and we can talk a little bit about it later. And no problem, I'll help you with it. Besides, you got the talented Raw G behind you. She always be cooking shit up. God damn. So I be seeing how y'all get down or some shit. I'm like, God damn, like need me one in my corner like that. Jesus Christ, on point, on point with all the graphics. I be loving it. Anyway, let's get a little bit into this. I appreciate everybody's already up in the building. Let's get a little bit into this because the sooner I get through my monologue is the sooner I get to hear what your thoughts are, right? After I've laid a bit of the groundwork. So let's get into it. So let's get into what I would think to be my second segment, which I'm gonna call "What Are People Really Looking For?" And we're gonna just go from there. So what are people really looking for? Because everybody says they want honesty. Everybody says they want to be real. They want real connections. But do they? Do they really? I mean, think about your own life. Have you ever really wanted the truth? People say that they want the truth, but do they really want the truth? Or do they just want to hear what would make them feel good? I hear so many people that tell me like, I can take it. I'm an adult. You can tell me the truth. And you say shit, and they quit to go off the handle. They blow up. You're not. Stop it. You're not an adult. If you blow up after you say you fucking handle it and you in your fucking feelings, you're not an adult. As human beings, we are naturally curious, and I get it, ladies and gentlemen. But you need to know thyself enough to say, because I've done this myself. I know myself pretty damn well. Where I can just say, you know what? No, I don't want to know. But I'll tell you, Resla. It's probably best that I don't know. You know why? Because at the end of whatever you think that you want to unburden yourself with, we'll do a cam. Unburdening by what has been. I'm choosing to still like you. If you tell me, I may detest you. I'm choosing to like you. So therefore, I may not want to know. Don't tell me, because I still want to like you. Are you saying you're not going to like me after I tell you? If it's really as bad as you're trying to expound upon me, yeah. And I'm choosing not to try to think of you as a piece of shit and me to want to stomp you fucking. Whew, almost lost my shit because I can already conjure a whole bunch of people in my life. No, I want to think the best of you what I can. Because if we're going to be honest, most people don't want reality. Most people don't want reality. They want the version that's going to be the most comfortable to them. That's why friendships fail. Just gonna be honest with you, folks. That's why friendships fail. That's why friendships fail. That's why friendships fall apart. That's why people struggle to deal with real conversations. You ever notice how people are quick to call other people fake, but slow to admit when they're the ones that are fake themselves. You ever notice that shit? Say love the high chakra. Oh, I appreciate it. It's actually on cycle. It's I got it moving kind of slow, but it's actually on cycle. Let me move it up a little, just a little bit, just a smidget. See what happens. See how we feel about the smidget. It's moving though. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Moving up a little bit. I don't know why it was being so slow, but there you go. It's moving a little bit. But you ever notice that people are quick to say, "You fake, you phony," but they don't want to admit when they're the ones screwing up themselves. When they're the ones being fake themselves. They are consistently on fake. And for those you guys don't know, I wish I had thought about this ahead of time so I could make a whole graphic of it, whatever. Fake. There's an acronym for it. Fake. You know what it stands for? False accusations, killing expectations. That's what fake stands for. That's what it stands for. What people say that they want and what they actually want are two different things. Two different things. And I think we're going to have to break it down. Have you ever lied to someone because the truth would hurt them more? I have. I have. I don't do it now. I just kind of just omit or just keep my mouth shut or just say I don't want to say anything hurtful. But I've literally lied to people just to keep them from the truth. Have you ever withheld how you really feel because you didn't want to start an argument? Yes. Have I been in a relationship? Hell yes. I've absolutely done that. We tell ourselves it's out of kindness, right? But deep down, I'm going to say deep down, it's really just, let's be honest, preservation. We avoid difficult conversations, not for the sake of others, but because we don't want to deal with the fallout. We don't deal with the fallout. Arctic Timber Wolf, what's going on? What's going on, man? And we have I am Gatsby up in here as well. What's going on? 10th Man is up in here. Appreciate you guys. I think if you're afraid to tell someone how you really feel, is it because you don't trust them enough to actually hear the truth? Or is it because you're afraid of how they'll see you afterwards? Because there are people say, I just say whatever to whatever, blah, 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 blah. Because I don't give a fuck about whatever. Well, if you don't give a fuck about them, they're not really your friends. We're talking about people that you claim to be associated and you're close to. Would you tell someone something because you trust them enough with the truth? Or is it because you don't want to know what they will think of you afterwards? And here's where things get really interesting, folks. If you knew you're filtering, if you knew you were filtering your filtering yourself, filtering the words that are coming out of your mouth, what makes you think other people aren't going to be doing the same when it comes to you? Let's be honest, folks. The version of someone that you see is not always the real them. It's the version they feel safest to show you. And that's the truth. It's the ambassador. We have people that we know for years that we call friends, close friends. And let's be honest, we still have only met their ambassador. And if that's true, then how many relationships are even real with the people that we see? I can tell you about a relationship with people that I keep pretty damn real with me, and it's with this man over here. OG Do Dirty, who says hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. Guys, the likes are free. I would ask it for more. I would ask it for more and just say share the shit because quite frankly, we trying to build a community of like-minded people just like ourselves. But we can start out by hitting the like because at least, at the very least, we get pushed until this thing called the algorithm. Yes, I agree with you, Lindsay. We are multifaceted. Absolutely. Absolutely. If people only showed you what they think you want to see, then what are you actually close? Are you actually close to them? Or actually close enough to care for the crafted illusion that they gave you? And that's why so many people feel lonely today. They feel lonely even when they quote have friends. They have all these friends. This is the bullshit that we see on social media. Because they don't even trust truly to be seen. But let's just be honest, folks, because you're one of them as well. If you want to be seen, you have to be brave enough to be real. And if you're willing to let others be real as well, even if it means being uncomfortable, isn't that enough? Isn't that enough? So the real question is, what are people looking for? I had to remember what the hell I said in the beginning. What are people looking for? The real question is, are we all playing pretend? I'm going to end it there and go into segment 3, breaking habits. I didn't say breaking bad habits. There are some habits that we keep that we might see are good that still need to go. Because the question is, are you stuck in a loop? Let's talk about patterns for a moment. Because if you feel like deja vu, it's not because of it's a damn accident. Let's just be honest. If you ever been on a date with the same kind of person over and over and over again, and every time ends badly, as you pretty much suspected at this point, you ever keep getting into the same situation, the same arguments, repeating the same mistakes, running into the same type of problems, like life is just pressing rewind on your ass? That's not bad luck, folks. That's you. That's not bad luck. Because here's the thing, most of us don't actually want to change. We just want life to magically get better without us having anything to do with it, anything to do differently. But if you keep making the same choices, reacting the same way, and running the same old games in your head, why would anything ever get better? Why would anything ever choose to be different? The harsh reality, folks, if your life looks the same as it did last year, it's because you haven't changed. Let me say that again for you. If your life feels the same way that it was last year, it's because your ass hasn't changed. And if that stings, guess what? It should. It absolutely should. Because this is a matter of self-awareness. And self-awareness means looking at your life and recognizing your role that you play in creating it. Because the best life you have, guess what, folks, is the one you have now. The best life you have currently is the one you are leading now. How have you contributed to it? Here's something people don't want to admit. Your life is exactly what you believe it is. If you believe the world is against you, it will be. If you believe that your incapable of success. You'll prove it to yourself. No problem. If you believe that everyone is out to get you, you'll sabotage every relationship that you have. The way that you think about yourself and the world and about what's possible, it's not just an opinion. It's a script that you're running throughout your entire life. So if your reality is built on your beliefs, the real question isn't how to change your life, but rather it's whether or not you're willing to change your mindset, change the way you think. And as I move on to my last segment, it's about acknowledging and healing your hurt. Because nobody escapes without scars. No one does. I carry plenty, just like you do. We all have things that we're processing. We have old wounds. We have disappointments. We have losses. And we carry those in ways that, be honest, we don't even realize. Some people shut down emotionally. Some people turn their pain into anger. Some just pretend like nothing ever happened, hoping that if they ignore it just long enough, if they bury it deep enough, it'll go away. Spoiler alert, people. It won't. It will not. It'll always be there, like your shadow, by your side, all the time. So, what do? How do you process emotions effectively instead of just bottling it up or lashing out? How does one do that? And I think the answer isn't simple. It's not. But it starts with honesty. If you don't acknowledge what's actually bothering you, what's actually hurting you, how do you expect to heal? Hmm? Just a question. How will you ever expect to heal if you won't even acknowledge the itch that's bothering you? The itch you can't scratch. If you can't even tell somebody that I got this itch, it is nasty, I can't reach it, it's bothering me, it's always been bothering me, I need some help. Sometimes it means you might have to talk to somebody. And that's not to say that talking to somebody is always going to be the best policy. I'm not saying that. This is not an advocation for therapy and shit like that. I'm not saying that, even though I don't have a problem with therapy. And I guess what I'll say, I'll give my final thoughts on this because I don't want to drum it too long than I already did. And that's coming down to the most important question. Because people love to talk about purpose. We see it, people in real lives, we see it on the internet a lot. People love to talk about purpose. People love to talk about finding meaning, discovering your why. Your why. And if you're sitting there thinking, if you're sitting there thinking, man, I don't know if I've ever figured it out yet. Let me tell you something. You're never too old to discover your purpose. You will hear the internet and people try to tell you that, especially if you're a guy, right? Or even if you're a woman. You're past 35. Oh, you can't have kids. There's plenty of women that are still having kids past 35. You know what? You haven't figured out who you are. You haven't made your money and become a CEO and make all the shit, a bunch of millions by the time you're 30. You washed up. Bullshit. Never too late. Never too late. This idea of believing that you are left behind because you were too old, because time has gone by, is bullshit. It's something that you've been running around or running away from your whole life. And maybe it's something that you haven't even considered yet. You might be young. Or maybe, just maybe, it's been right in front of your freaking face this whole time and you refuse to look at it. Because a lot of people walk around this world with clouded eyes. But purpose isn't something you find. It's something you choose. And the only way to find it is to start asking better questions. So I'll leave you with this. What's the most important question you need to ask yourself right now? Right now. And before you go thinking too big, let's bring it back to reality. The best life you have is the one you've got right now. How have you contributed to it? That's all I ask. That's all my thoughts are. But that's what I'm thinking, folks. Let me know what you're thinking. We know how this goes. Link is in the chat. And of course, it's going to be pinned at the top of the chat. Give me your thoughts. This is going to be quite a night. C minus. I'd like to see you do better, sir. Come up here and show me how it's done, sir. C minus. Show me how it's done. 10th man. What's going on? Just give me 1 second.
No.
Sure, you're good. Go ahead.
No. So, very, very good topic tonight. I think to probably get more people up here for this one because the last one was way too dark. There's a lot of topics. It's a lot of topics you just rattled off, and I just got off work and I'm not even high yet. So that's when you're going to get me when I'm in it. I might say some things that might make some people angry.
But it's opinionated, sir. Say what you got to say. You know the 3 rules, right? You know rule number 2, right?
No, I don't follow rules. That just makes me break the rules.
Well, you better follow these rules. The rules of the channel. Rule number 2 is you can apologize, you can clarify your point, or you can stand your ground. Doesn't matter if people are angry.
I get you. So I think I brought this up last time I was up here, and I'm telling you, it's proven more and more every day. Most people aren't smart enough for this life thing. They're just not, right? Like I used to be like a super, when I first came to YouTube 6 years ago, I was like, I thought anybody can do anything. We all are capable of great things. Anybody can learn. Like I thought I had a very, very, I've changed so much since I came to YouTube. It's actually quite phenomenal. I believe that, anybody could do anything they put their mind to. And I have learned, no, they cannot. And most people are just out there looking to try to get one up on somebody. Like my former co-host who had a thriving business, seemed like he was a good person, has now gotten to the point where he ran his life into the ground over beefs on YouTube with people that have 10 people watching their videos because they said something that made him sad, and destroyed his entire life. And every time I tried to call him on it, he would lose his mind and act like a tantruming child. This is like a 40-year-old man. I've got a lot of examples of this. And I won't go on forever because I got a lot to say. But there was a guy named News Now Houston a few years ago, and he was doing really messed up stuff. And he went to this lady's house, and I don't even like that lady, but I didn't like what he did. So I trolled him real hard, and he died last year. And I'm so happy that he died. And I've talked to many people where I've talked about this, and people are like, oh, I don't want to speak ill of the dead. Okay, you do what you want, coward. You're a coward. He was a terrible, terrible person. And all I care about is if I out survive my enemies. That's it. I don't have friends. I don't want friends. Friends are fair weather. Familiarity breeds contempt. It is a waste of my time ever getting close to people. They're always looking for chinks in your armor. I've had it. Dude, when I first came to YouTube, my very first panel, I said, I've never met anybody smarter than me. People still talk about it 6 years later because they're so goddamn stupid. I tell people I'm the king of motherfucking YouTube. Now apparently I'm the king of motherfucking YouTube. And I got thousands of people all across the internet going around about look at how stupid he is that he thinks he's the king of motherfucking YouTube. And they're repeating it like a fucking parrot. But I'm the fucking stupid one. I am sickened by 99% of these people. And I a lot of times agree with the weird mustache guy from World War II.
Um, James, how's everything been? Oh shit. Okay. Well, James get his connection back in order.
I don't want to think this. I don't
But you
want to.
do.
No,
But you
because I've been
do.
pushed here. I didn't used to think these things. I used to be the guy that was turning his thermostat down in the winter to not contribute to global warming, rinse out all my glass containers, to put them in the recycle bag. Now, burn the whole thing to a cinder. Just light it all on fire and start over. I don't want to think that, but to talk to a lawyer and find out that no, at a traffic stop you don't even need to. This is just one of thousands of things. You don't need to if I committed a traffic infraction of any type just because you're driving a vehicle here in Canada or at least in this province. You have to just bend over and let them rape you. And if you don't, then they can arrest you. Right? Like, and that it doesn't matter that we have a constitution and a charter freedom and rights. None of that matters because somebody wrote it down on a piece of paper, just like it says on the outro to my show. Just remember, everybody, when people come pounding on your door in the dead of night because they said that they wrote your name down on a piece of paper that says you had some type of virus or whatever they wrote down on a piece of paper, there ain't going to be anybody to help you because business hours are 8:30 to 4:30, and you can go fuck yourself because I took that right off City Hall. So these people can do whatever they want. They got their business hours. Contact them. Too bad, so sad. Right? I'm told, oh, contact the civilian reviewer. Blah 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 blah. And then in a book I wrote for fun, I kind of understand why people shoot them. Right? Not that I want that to happen, but there's a reason why Trump pardoned all the January 6 rioters. And I don't even like Trump, but I like what he did. And it's because how can you expect them not to do exactly what they did when the election was stolen? And then for 4 years, nobody was allowed to say that. And my channel got knocked out twice for election disinformation. Now you're allowed to say it. Now we got Zuckerberg coming out saying, oh, we're going to go back to freedom of speech. Oh, you mean now after you pushed a jab that injured so many people that just this week, now the government is going, oh, well, a lot of people got hurt by this, so now we're going to investigate it. Really? Really? And so give me one reason why they should not be strung up. Give me one reason. They think they get to go around. I don't do this stuff. I'm the guy that stops on the side of the road when your mother or your sister is broken down and say, "Hey, you get a cell phone? Do you need me to drive you somewhere? What can I do to help?" And you got no worries about something bad happening to them. But if the police walk up, you got about a 50-50 shot that something bad's going to happen. The government doesn't make rules to protect you. They make rules to protect themselves. That's why I try to tell them with all these speech laws and all this stuff that's happening in England, Canada, they try to push it in America. There you go.
I've been having some audio issues all day today.
Fired.
I don't know what's been going on. Resla, you're muted.
Temp, I think that you felt the need to really get that off your chest. I have no idea how that had.
Oh, I've only just gotten started.
I have no idea how the hell that had anything to do with what we're talking about today. You felt the need to really have to get that off your chest.
No, because you're saying that. No, hold on. You're saying people don't want to hear your opinion of them, right?
Okay, but you went to the entire. You went from singular to the entire national, basically.
Yes. It starts from the bottom to the top.
They went everywhere.
Most people don't call their government representatives. They don't make their opinion known. They don't do anything. While people like me are out there fighting, and I'm all by myself.
And he lost me with the mustache, man.
Got you. Before we move any forward, because we're gonna have a whole bunch of people coming in. I want to say, of course, I want to thank Uncle Fatty and of course Locksmith Jeremy. Ain't seen in a while, Locksmith, and then of course Lindsay Smith in the building. Appreciate. You know what? Let me give you guys a little. Let me do you guys some good justice. Let me put your names up here so that the good folks in the chat can see.
Yo, can somebody give this man a fucking hug?
No. Hold on. 97% of human beings that would have been in the court cases that Donald Trump wouldn't have the chance to be president and get absolved of all of this stuff. Everybody else goes to jail forever on false charges, and no one even cares about it. No one cares about that guy who died in New York, I think it was, that just got murdered. They're still free, but he's dead. That got murdered in the prison infirmary. No one cares.
I care. I'm a somebody, right?
How does that really make you feel?
I was trying not to do it, Uncle Fatty. I was trying so hard.
Well, you know, Uncle Fatty, he's gonna ask that question. How does that really make you feel?
I was really trying
That's
so hard.
Uncle Fatty for you.
Tell me how you really feel about it, brother, because you know,
because we don't know. Yeah, we have no clue. How's the mic test going? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Your mic is good.
Good,
Mic
yep.
is great.
Okay, thank you.
You can sing like Celine Dion. It's good.
I get audio issues. I've been having audio issues today. So
if you were this,
you can't sing at all, James.
Hey man, I can sing. Don't discount me over there about singing.
If you were this man's counselor, and you were listening to the beginning of the monologue you were giving, I guess you just called him James. Is James your name in the middle on the top?
I'm on the right side. On the top.
So James is on the right, and man is in the middle.
Who's the one that was just talking about no one cares?
Tenth man.
It was 10th man. And before we get started, Lindsay, I'll let you get the floor. But I want to bring up General Specific and also Rick Jonesy. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Good. Then I have more people to fight with.
No, the title of the show is To Be Better.
Oh, okay. I'll try to be better then and take their insults.
Wow. Like we're going to insult you. Wow.
All right. So let's say Resla said his monologue was very astute and it really resonated with most of us, and I saw people give him compliments on it. So let's apply what he said.
I appreciate
and see if it works. We're going to judge you as a counselor. So the man that was just complaining, I believe he is 10th man?
That's correct.
Okay.
10th man, yep.
We were wondering how he feels, kind of thing, trying to understand, and it's hard to gauge that guy. So if you change your cognitions, then that'll change how you perceive things and affect your behaviors, rather than saying, hey, you need to change because you sound a certain way. You sound miserable. You sound downcast. You sound like you're a victim. And to you, maybe you're telling the truth. And everybody else has these rose-colored lenses on. And everybody else is BS. So how would a person like 10th Man go about changing his perceptions? Let's just take this example he just gave of, didn't he mention something about police?
No, it's about the fact that I got jab injured is what this is really all about, right? Why? What? So
He took the jab like many people did. He's not very happy about it.
That made you irate. That's what this is all about.
Because the one time that I didn't go with my instincts and said, those 700, 800 shows that you did about that this could actually be really bad for you, you're probably crazy because the government wouldn't be able to get away with that. My job was harassing me. I had to get it done. I did it. Now I'm all messed up. Does anybody care? No.
Okay, 100%. 100%. You know that you are messed up because of this vaccination that you got. 100%. You have proof.
Yes. How are you going to get proof? Oh my goodness.
Right.
No, we're not talking. Let's move on to somebody else because I don't want to be rude to you.
Oh, okay. Well, appreciate you not being rude, but I just wanted to make the point.
Well, do you have any idea how absurd that is that you just said, do you have proof?
What I'm trying to do is get you to think differently. Like maybe
some people have proof, some people don't. Like yourself, because of work reasons, I worked corporate at the time. I had to get the jab. 2 of them to count. I had to have 2 cards. I can probably show you right now if I can find it.
You could have not gotten it and be dead right now. That'd be pretty sweet, wouldn't it?
Wait.
Absurd. See, this is another problem. That's why I get so angry.
Stop.
People make comments on stuff. They have no basis in reality.
Opinionated. He gave his opinion. Opinion. Whether you agree with it or not, he gave his opinion. Whether he believe, it's not about whether you believe it. You have your own.
I know more people that are not here today.
He has his own stance. You have your own stance, and I will tell you, I got it. But I'll also say this, Uncle Fatty, I would have been good if I never got it.
Yeah, and you know what?
I'm still here, and I didn't get it.
The only reason I will say this, and it has no shots to you or anyone else on this panel or anyone who got the jab or whatever. The only reason why I received it is literally because I was a key figure within my freaking job. And quite frankly, the only way I could step back in the office was to do so, not because I wanted to. But guess what? If it goes between that and how many people that turned around and they couldn't pay their bills because they were doing dumb shit with the money that they were collecting when they should have been putting it aside to pay their fucking mortgage, to pay their rent, and they didn't do it and they got evicted. I was one of the mofos that still was working. And keep in mind, I didn't get the stimmy. I didn't get anything. The unemployment. I didn't get anything. I was back in the office working and then collecting that shit at the same time. It was never needed. Never needed. I didn't miss a paycheck. But yeah, I got it because I was doing that. Not because I was mandated by my government. I was mandated by my company, and quite frankly, I have responsibilities to not just myself. That's the only reason. Outside of that, I would be like so many other people and just say, I would have said, fuck you. Not for nothing. You know what I did that year? That was the year I first took off in being a photographer. I had time I had the one thing that was so great. Time.
Fucking A.
Smoke a
10th
market.
man.
See, if you were to smoke crack, you wouldn't have to be worrying about getting jabbed, because crack, crackheads, they
Black
definitely,
man.
they
Is that
definitely
wait?
get through
We already
everything.
wait. All right, as a black man, you gonna tell me and you go I should just took crack in my community? Is that what we doing, sir?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah, that's what.
man.
10th man, I
I'm
just
Oh
just
wanted
man.
to.
saying,
That's my gay cousin, Skinny
crackheads,
Pete, right there. That's my gay
crackheads.
cousin, Skinny Pete.
All I'm saying is
Damn.
crackheads are immune to every fucking thing, right? That's what I'm saying. Smoke crack, guys.
You know what they're
I'm a,
also immune to? Their surroundings in life. I value that.
Hey, Resla, to that point that you said that you had to take that and had to do that for your job, how did you feel about that?
I hated it every moment of it.
Mhm.
Especially at that time, I was the lead. I was a lead compliance officer, so literally I had to be there because in order to fumigate and clean up the entire places and all that, guess whose black ass had to be there? While guys, I had to walk. While I did, and other guys walked around with hazmat suits on, spraying down literally everything. Now I didn't have to, but the smell of
Wow.
it, and the shit of it, like it was big fogs of spraying and everything. I was the lead guy, so while a lot of people got to stay at home, collecting unemployment until they got their stimmy, my ass was in the office. Keep in mind, there weren't many people in the office. And do you know what still happened? After I got my first job, I still got the vid. And you know who I got it from? My freaking market manager.
Your market manager?
My market manager.
I thought you said Ricky Martin manager. My bad.
What a mark.
Leave it to a Hispanic that's talking about La Viva La Loca and shit. Leave it to the Hispanic.
Viva la loca. He said Viva la loca.
Whatever. Like I said, I wouldn't know it. You know that well. I don't speak that language. I speak English only.
Permission to finish my point, and then I'll be quiet.
Permission granted, baby mama number 4.
Well, thanks. Wow, that was fast. 10th man, I under no auspices, no way mean to be insulting or disrespectful to you. I just was thinking about a way that you could see something in a different way. And one sure way is to only see it one way. One sure way not to change, not to have any differences or respite or any kind of relief from this problem that you are having, whatever manifestations it has that you attribute to the, I'm not sure the vaccination. I'm not sure if I can say the C word, the Ovid word. Okay, what if, have you ever had a situation in which you assumed something and were wrong? And you don't have to answer that because it's pretty much a rhetorical question. I have many times. I think we all have gone through that. And what I call that is borrowing troubles, because maybe those troubles are not really there. And maybe your persistence on seeing them there is actually hurting you. If you could at least open your mind enough to be open to that. And I'm not saying you're crazy or you're wrong. And find out definitively what is wrong with you based on these symptoms, you could actually make steps further towards feeling better. Because if you have your health, you don't have your health, you don't have anything. It basically takes over your life. And so respectfully, I'm just thinking, what can you do? You can go see a specialist. These are alternative things you can do. You can go to a different state that has a place that specializes in this kind of thing, or see several different kinds of doctors, see the kind that is the holistic body type and the old traditional medical doctor. It's just other things that you could do if you thought about this problem, from a different angle or a different perspective. And that's all I'm trying to say.
I guess I agree with the politically correct, frightened Caucasian woman. I agree with her.
No disrespect. I'm done. Do what you want to do.
Smoke crack.
About
I got
mindset,
you,
right?
dear. I got you.
It's all about mindset, right? You can't
Right.
wake up in the morning and say today's going to suck
Right.
and
Well, you
expect it to
can.
be a good day.
Well, you can.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you just can't expect it to be a good day. You can't go to sleep at night worrying about what the weatherman told you is tomorrow's going to suck because it's too hot or too cold or too windy or too fucking rainy or whatever. Right?
I don't listen to the weatherman.
It's a choice, right?
I don't know when the last time I used an umbrella.
Wow.
Hey, somebody got something in the background. They need to cut it off.
I don't know if y'all
Yeah,
listening to it. I don't know
that
if y'all
might be background noise for me because my
Oh,
audio's going
can
from
you
my
turn?
camera.
Okay, James, can you turn up P-Hub?
It's called that Spectrum cable.
Well, it's
Resla,
going to my camera, so I'm having to mute myself every time I'm not talking because I'm having audio issues today.
Marcus?
Yes, BM. What were you saying, Lindsay?
I was saying that the idea that we need to identify a purpose and that there are nihilists out there is completely fascinating to, I believe, philosophers. You know, we got to think that we have some special reason that we're a special snowflake, that we were made to help people or made to invent something or here to benefit or gain in some way, entertain, sing, whatever it is. But
Some
I
people,
question that.
yeah, well,
What if
some people, some people. The thing about purpose, right? Most people run around and they say that they want to find their purpose, right? I
yes,
want to find my purpose. I want to find my gifts. Um,
just
when
about everyone.
your gifts are innate, and not for nothing. There are a lot of people who their gifts are taken from them early. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of people who have their gifts taken early are due to their family, their mothers, their fathers, people who turn around. If I had like two kids and I turn around and tell one that you're going to be a lawyer and the other one you're going to be a doctor, and I don't give them any other options, I just rob them of their gifts because maybe they're a good artist,
Mhm.
maybe they're a good musician, you know. And the thing about it is that the reason why, to be honest with you, Lindsay, the reason why I even got started in the channel, you know what this channel almost turned out to be? Figuring it out in your 40s. Whew, doesn't that sound like a tongue twister and something that wouldn't be so nice? This channel almost became that early because literally I started the idea for this channel when I was 40, going on 41 when I left corporate America. And I spoke to so many people within their early 20s till their late 50s, early 60s, and they all had something in common, that they couldn't figure out what was going on with themselves in life. They all felt like there was something that they were supposed to be doing and they didn't do it. Which gave me the courage to turn around and tell myself, I don't want to be in that position, so I quit. That's just literally, and keep in mind, big risk, especially during the time when we were just starting a whole. People were not really having jobs. People like, I did it right in the first quarter of that bullshit.
What if
So
that's a Christian concept, a westernized concept, that of course we're here for some specific and meaningful purpose.
Sure.
When actually, if you take everybody out of this culture and put them into another one, we may not even think this way. We could be like another ant on the farm.
I don't think so, because across the globe, you don't need to be Christian for it. Across the globe,
it's a Christian mentality.
No, it's not, because literally you can go to Buddhists, you can go to people who are Jews, you can go to Muslim. There's always a sense of purpose for an individual. Always.
Why couldn't it simply be then?
That is a human thing. Everybody, whether you want to talk about Muslims to Buddhists to Christians, everyone believes that there is a unique purpose that someone has. There's a unique gift. Not everybody gets to discover their gift, but you do have a purpose. It is your job to find out what it is.
I just don't know if they're necessarily synonymous, and I'm not trying to be contentious and obnoxious.
Well, keep in mind, it doesn't mean that your gift is great.
Yeah.
But you have a gift. Maybe to the person that we look at as the artist that we want to laugh at in the corner, you know what his or he or she's greatest gift is? Making an earwax sculpture. They make the Guinness Book of World Records, something that average people don't do, right?
How is that
artists are
helping
important.
humanity?
What?
How
No,
is it?
Are
because
important.
it helps humanity. Because like, wow, if a motherfucker like that could do something that's considered to be special, why am I still sitting on my hands and hands on my knee? But what? Why is my chick taking that back door at the back of the dumpster and me sitting here when I could be doing something special too? If that motherfucker who I didn't think of special, but they got their name recognition out there, why am I not? Why am I not getting my name out there too, Lindsay?
Yeah.
Yeah. If someone can have a whole big jar of belly button lint, why not? They got their name out there. They're gonna be noticed. They're gonna be known on the books forever. And I'm an average person, been slaving myself away. I've been doing whatever else, and I didn't get noticed. And all this person had to do was pick their freaking belly button and collect lint, and they're
I'm gonna
known
call Cap
forever.
here. If you were born to make a belly button, what is this? What is this called? This stuff in your belly button that you're talking about? Lint. Belly button lint statue. Aren't you going to be a little bit mad at that?
I'm gonna be mad at. I'm not mad at the fact that they did it, because I'm not. Here's the reason why I'm not mad at the fact that they did
That's
it.
your talent. That's your gift.
Because
that's
I'm not.
your purpose.
I'm not mad at slow people when they pick their nose and eat their boogers. I think it's nasty, but I'm not mad at it. But
I'm glad you're not mad.
But the
I
fact
don't
that
think you're being honest.
But the fact that their names are known for doing something so simple is the things that people can be mad at. Because people bust their ass for so long just for the simple idea of recognition. For instance, when we look at our gymnasts, when we look at people who go to the Olympics, what's going on, Finkel? So when you have people that come, think about it, they break their bodies, they break their back, they do death. Look at the gymnasts, they do death-defying flips and twirls and whatever else like that. But literally, a couple of minutes of fame to be acknowledged for the entire globe. And to think that someone who did not even do anything, they just picked their stomach, is now known across the world?
You didn't answer my question. I need you to be honest, which is, if that were your special skill, with your IQ of 145, let's say, and your ability to sing, your ability to teach others, aren't you going to be a little bit miffed that you found out that your purpose was to build a belly button lint statue?
I'm gonna be pissed, Lindsay, but you know what I get mad about? That if I'm an average person who has all that singing skill and everything like that, and I'm not noticed for it, but someone who can pick their freaking belly button does get noticed for it. And I'm easily pissed that someone that did have a whole lot of talent that could have done so much for so many world and communities, whatever like that, and we find out that motherfucker should be going to jail. Because why? They hosted Diddy parties. I'm talking about Diddy himself. And speaking of Diddy himself, someone who didn't have any purpose, that Mayo Monkey with the 5 says, your purpose in life may just be as a warning of what not to do in life for those around you. And I agree. Not for nothing, not for nothing. As much as we talk about the mustache man when 10th Man was up here earlier talking about it, that guy, as much as we say the worst things about him, serves as a warning. He will forever be known, but he also serves as a warning. So is that a good thing or a bad thing? When someone says the worst person that you could possibly be, who do they look at? They look at the mustache man, and we're not talking about, it's a me, Mario. That's not what they doing.
I'm going to have a little bit of the guy that shot JFK. Let's use him because he was killed, and he lives in infamy.
They don't even care about him compared to someone who literally roasted people. And his name was not Barbecue.
General Buck Naked. It was General Buck Naked in Liberia, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely, yes.
Like no cap. So let's get back to the topic here of to be better. Now my heart goes out to anyone that felt forced to take the jab, the jab, the sweet and sour sniffles cure. I have somebody very close to me that tried to make the most informed decision, but also had, was considered a hero when there was no jibbity jab. And had to wear all the same PPE even after they got the jibbity jab that was supposed to protect them from all the.
Getting better.
Trust me, I know. I had to order barrels of that fake ass sanitizer that smelled like God knows what, and order tons and tons of PPE and had that shit storage. And I had to take that. Keep in mind, before the jab was announced, me and my girl got sick from it.
Mhm.
Before it was announced in February, we were hit with it in December. We didn't even know what it was.
I agree.
And keep in mind, I was clean. I didn't get, when I saw, they were like, "Oh, you got antibodies." But in order for me to be able to work, I had to get the jab. And when I got the jab, guess what happened? I got it again. By myself, got it again. So what do you think gave it to me?
Well, I guess the overarching, like, not to pick at it per se, but just to point out that I think hindsight being 2020 and Monday morning quarterbacking, I think if most people would have made a different decision, most people would have probably put their 10 toes into the square and said, "No, I'll figure out another way to live. This is all smoke and mirrors and BS."
Agreed.
Having known what we know now, then we probably would have done something different.
It saved about 1 billion lives on the earth?
But
is that what we know now? Or
no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of me talking. Go ahead, Uncle Fat.
Right. I mean, isn't it kind of the fact that these things aren't meant to keep us from getting the so-called disease, right? It's to prevent the severity of getting it when we do, right?
So I'm gonna ask you a question about that. I'm gonna turn it back over to GS. But I want to ask you a question about that. In the keep in mind, a lot of the things that we have, a lot of the vaccines that we have are things to help prevent, as in they're a form of, and I'm going to be very specific with my words, inoculation. This was not something that was done with the jab. It was so rushed. This was never something that happened before because we knew it took so long to get it done. But yet, it wasn't like it was an elective thing. So many people were signed up to do it because, quite frankly, everybody had to be able to pay their bills, to take care of their children, to take care of their families, the elderly care, all this stuff. They were pretty much bamboozled, scammed, flim-flam, hoodwinked, whatever, to get this thing done just to be able to live. Are we going to say that unless you're a person, maybe if you got a farm or whatever, you can take care of your own shit? Now, maybe if you own your own house already, can you say that the majority of Americans?
Dude, can you?
Okay, Formula One. What the fuck is going on here?
For a second, just because I was going to stay out because I don't want to take up the last slot on the panel, and I really don't want to make a spectacle up here. But I'd just like to ask the gentleman who just brought up about saving 1 billion lives: did the polio vaccine just make the symptoms less of polio?
I guess that's you, Uncle Patty.
Can I finish? Can I
go ahead? This guy, he did.
Yeah.
How can you say the things you say?
Yeah, I don't want it to be a big discussion of.
And it's not a political thing that we're doing here.
Yeah, I just want.
I don't want to make the whole conversation about the jab. That's really not what it was.
So what I want to do is get back to be better, right? I understand, and I'm trying to preface this by saying is there any way you can mute up your mic, dude? I would appreciate that. What I'm trying to say is that if we knew something, if we had the information that they were trying to shield from us, a lot of people would have made different decisions. My heart goes out to people that felt like they had their nuts in a vice, that they had to make this decision, otherwise they wouldn't receive a paycheck. Okay, and that's not lost on me. Let me just concede this game here. It's not lost on me that was a really tough row to hoe for a lot of people. But there's the power of saying no. Now we have a situation with 10th Man came in and he got a lot of stuff off of his chest, and how he felt a certain kind of way and has every right to feel that way. And I think there's a lot of Americans and Canadians or people around the world that probably feel the same exact way. That said, at the end of the day, we all had choices. Now, the irony is there were some people that worked in the medical field that didn't have the choice to sit at home, not work, collect a paycheck with an additional $600 a month on top of that as a stipend to not go to work. These people worked through the Wu flu, the sweet and sour sniffles, and they worked through it without the vaccination or without the inoculations, with the PPE, as I said earlier, that they still had to wear even after they got the jibbity jab. Okay, that part doesn't make any sense to me. All right, so beyond that, and I can say somebody close to me in my family was told that if they did not get the jibbity jab, that they would be fired and would not be able to collect unemployment. Meanwhile, the vast majority of useless eaters out there were being paid $600 extra plus what they would have gotten had they gone to work to not go to work. And so make that make sense that certain people that are actually important to society or were called heroes were then called goats if they didn't want to get the jibbity jab. We got, well, let's bring up service members, for example. Now Trump's bringing them back potentially with back pay, and I think that that's a good idea. Your thoughts to the panel?
Yeah,
I'll be.
It was him that came up with that thing originally, wasn't it?
And I would like to take my answers offline and make room for other people. I wish you guys a good evening, and I'll talk to you all later.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
On the jab, 10 times as many people are documented to get the jab, and less than 1% of the people died from it. Yes, sometimes people have reactions, but when the jab came out, we weren't filling up refrigerator trucks with bodies like we were with the actual virus.
Somebody has a constant reverb.
Yeah, that I don't know who it's come from, but people, you think that's maybe that we had like a bunch of people that had been jabbed on the media telling people how bad the jab was for a political reason, for an alternative reason.
Yeah, there were some faked bad reactions to jabs, like the old magnetized key or quarter stuck to their forehead because they licked it.
And I mean,
there was a lot of BS put out
on those media companies. Everyone that was on the TV telling us how bad it was, right? From the one side, they were all jabbed. Every person at Fox News, every person at Fox News is still alive, right? Every person at frickin' OAnon, every person at frickin' whatever news media station, they're all right, still alive. They didn't die from taking it, but they were sure fucking worried about you and how you think about it, right?
Yeah. Trump was one of the biggest.
Resla said earlier, it's all a choice, right? We have to use some adult thinking, right? We can't just let this world force us into being a reactionary being.
Cognitive dissonance. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just really quickly, I think it's funny that some people, the deciding factor of, taking that is simply being called a name.
Yeah.
Because I was called a liberal, or because I was called a conservative, or batshit crazy, or whatever the word is that they threw at you for doing or not doing, can really,
there's plenty of that.
Can really push someone to do something really stupid.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I mean, we are for the most part reactionary.
I'd also like to put out that nobody was forced to get the job.
Exactly. There's, we can say mandate all we want.
Wait. Stop. If there's a mandate, you have to pay your bills. Landlords will not give everybody forgiveness on their rent.
But nobody was going door to door.
If you tell me that either I have to get the jab or I lose my job, that's pretty much forcing.
Yeah, you can choose.
I have a choice, but my choice is to lose my source of income in a system where you rely on a source of income.
Well, you're fine. You're not working anyway. But yeah,
fuck you.
Wow.
There are
time when there was.
You don't know what I do. You don't know me, Finkel. What's your fucking problem?
Are and were plenty.
Finkel, what's your fucking problem? Finkel, what's your fucking problem?
Stop. I'm not making this about y'all. We're talking about the conversation.
Yeah, let's stick to the conversation. You sunk ass scumbag.
Shut up while I'm interrupting.
Go sink a ship, dude. Go sink a fucking ship.
Hey, he was
All
trying
right,
to
calm down. It was a low blow.
So he can interrupt me again. Please.
You don't fucking know me, Finkel.
Thank you.
You can always suck my dick.
I'm only going off what you told us.
You can always suck my dick. You
past.
fucking piece of shit.
Man, y'all need a
Hold up. Apparently, I have to do it. Nino, sorry, you just got up in here 10 minutes, just walked back in here. Hold up a moment. Hold up a moment. Oh, that temp just dropped again. Oh, give me 1 moment, Nino. Like, we gonna do the get it off your chest. Just get it off your chest real quick.
What do you want from me, Finkel?
Okay.
What the fuck do you want from me? What the fuck do you want from me, Finkel?
Last 10 minutes.
What the fuck do you want? You want some dick? You really want some fucking dick?
I don't
you can
think
take
like
it. In fact,
we're
I'll buy
talking
you a
about
fucking
vaccine.
dildo, you piece of shit motherfucker. Go sink a ship. Go burn that motherfucker straight to the bottom of the ocean floor, you piece of shit motherfucker.
You done?
The fuck do you want?
Can we talk about the vaccine?
The fuck do you want? No, what the fuck do you want? I want to talk about the subject matter. I want to talk about the subject matter. It's got nothing to do with the jabby jab. I know you took it right in the fucking ass, but nobody fucking gives a shit, dude. Nobody gives a shit that you took a jab straight to the fucking ass, dude. Nobody. What we're talking about here is to be better. But what you want to do is come up here and talk about the jabby jab and Jan 6 and all that bullshit. Shut the fuck up. With
The jab is what y'all were
now let's
talking
get
about.
back to the conversation.
Y'all were talking about the jab, and I was explaining that no one was forced to get the jab, and there were.
I'm giving you guys. I'm personally giving you guys a timeout because we need to get this shit back on track. You guys are doing too much. So I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna let you do a little 5-minute winder. 5 minute. 5 fucking minutes. I need you have to get your shit together because we've been having the conversation. It's not a personal thing. Please. I get that we're talking about the jab or whatever. Now we're talking personal pot shots at one another. Like we got people that's coming up, people who have plenty of things they want to talk about as well. I'm gonna hold off from Male Monkey just because of that, but I'm not gonna hold off for the whole thing because, quite frankly, we kind of pulled away from doing bounties. So but I do think you guys need a little bit of breather because it is not about y'all. It is about the conversation. Nino Nation, what's going on, my guy?
What's going on, man? Long time no see, man.
Long time no see for sure, man. So we got a whole big conversation, and really it's about being better, doing better, getting better.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people are going through things right now in their life, and even when they didn't, even when not even recent times, people were going through some things. But quite frankly, I even have a whole other thing I want to talk about later, but I'm not gonna bring it up in this particular episode. But people are running around the world. They have so many things going that's about how they are viewed in the world, how the best possible way that they present themselves in the world, if they can trust the people that's around them. This is really about being authentic. And I think a lot of people, even here online, it's not about people being authentic. It really is not. So when we're out there in the real world with our friends, our families, our coworkers, whatever, how often do we say people are out there being their natural themselves?
That's a good way to put that, Resla. Let me ask you a question, and this is from your perspective. What did you think 10th Man was? Do you think he was upset as much as you was about the situation? I don't want to say what the situation. We all know what the situation is. They just had a whole conversation about it.
I was not nearly upset about the conversation. I don't even know
how. Not the conversation. I'm talking about the when I asked you how did you feel about that? You said you felt how did you feel about the C-19 and what they made you go through just in your personal life? Because that's basically what I thought he was basically saying. It just came from an opposite way. Somebody gave a good answer to what the question was earlier. It was the choice, right? And even though you made one choice and he made another choice, both of y'all felt the same way. I was just wondering why, because this is okay. So I was just wondering why this is supposed to be better, do better, right?
Mm-hmm.
and we had Brick just come up here. Now I feel like Brick and him feel the same way, but you feel the same way as them too, because you're saying the people, if I'm correct, that gave out and told everybody, the media people and everybody, whoever pushed it, they made people get this stuff. They didn't really have to get it, because we have cases of people, as me and other people on the panel, who didn't do it, and we still good.
I hear, you know what I'm saying? I hear you.
So
the problem with the conversation is that instead of people just doing what they had to do to make sure that, because we said be better and do better. Sometimes those things don't always coincide. Sometimes being better and being in your own is different from you doing better and making sure that you take care of your family.
Cool. Stop right there.
Take care of your responsibilities, because the problem that we have when it comes to the who did the jab, who didn't do the jab, is now we get into this whole morality thing when we start talking about I'm better than you because I didn't have to do it and you did, and that's a fucked up position to start talking about.
Got you. Stop right there. So that'll be your phase 3, sir. We just went over your first and your second. Now I listened to your whole spiel when you first came up here. You're basically telling us that type of shit is not. That's what put us in the position that we in. We have to do better than that. But what I just seen on this panel, again, I just seen people come up here and do the same thing to the 10th man, ask the same thing. When I asked you that same question, you felt the same way about the situation. Now we can resolve this by being better people and understanding this and having a conversation about it, like you were saying, and not doing what the other two did, which you had to drop out. Am I correct?
You're correct. I agree. Okay. Now keep in mind, I can be just as upset about what 10th man went through. But what I'm not going to sit here and do is then talk about my disdain, not that he did, but my disdain about how other people did these things, or if they're sheeple. Everybody made the decision that they made the best decision that they could. I'm sorry, we didn't all live on a farm, or we didn't all have our own business, or we did people had to make the best decision that they could. There were businesses that people's livelihoods were on the line that had to close down during that damn lockdown. How are they going to feed their family and everything like that? There were bars, people who worked as barmaids and waitresses and bartenders, whatever. They couldn't work. Restaurants couldn't work.
Why couldn't they work?
Because it was a public spacing.
Yes, sir.
You were on lockdown.
Because the
business you didn't get the memo, Finkel? You didn't get that memo? Businesses were shut down. Restaurants were shut down. Bars were shut down.
There are restaurants that stayed open and there are restaurants that shut down. Most of them shut down.
And they did not do order only. They were shut down. If it wasn't a takeout and order only, they were shut down. It went away later. Management was able to open it up, but only if they did outdoor only.
The restaurants that shut down chose to shut down. In
no, the government told them that shut down.
Some governors did shut stuff down. Some governors did, but nothing closed down around me at all. Nothing. Straight up.
Sure.
Exactly. Where are you at?
I'm not even going to say that all places are created equal. I get it. Especially if you're like in one of the other states, like Florida. Like, oh, you guys had it great. Cool. That doesn't speak for everybody. Here's the thing. The problem that the problem when it comes to people, and this whole thing when it comes to the jab, and the whole conversation, the whole episode is not about this motherfucking jab, by the way. But the whole point is that not everybody, not everywhere is created equal.
Right.
It's not.
Each individual companies made their own choices.
The fact that we walk around and start talking with a high and mighty fucking voice is asinine. Just because you weren't put in that position does not mean that if you were in that position that you wouldn't make the same motherfucking choice.
There is one thing that is consistent, though, right?
Just like it is easy for a person who, quote, is retired to talk a whole bunch of shit versus someone who has to work. I would just tell the person who's retired, the same way how I would talk to the person who's working. Both of y'all, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I worked for a very large, successful company. No one ever told me I had to get the jab. I went out to eat during COVID.
Guess what? I did. International company I worked for told me I had to get it. It does. Here's the thing, Fingal. It's not about you only. The world does not revolve around.
It's about your experience with your employer.
The world does not revolve on just what happens to you. The world does not revolve on just what happens to you. Everybody has to make their own decision collectively.
Your company made a decision, and you made a decision to go with it.
Or do what? Or do what? Or do what? I had no bill. I had no checks coming in. Or do what, Finkel? Or do what?
Work for another company.
Right. Who was hiring? Everybody was getting furloughed. Who the fuck was hiring, Finkel?
I was.
Who was working?
During the pandemic, we hired 3 people on my 10-person team.
If you did not have your own business, if you did not have a job where you were working remotely, and everybody was getting furloughed, and if you weren't retired, sorry, I'm young, I don't meet retirement age, who was hiring? There are people that even after people was even brought back to their jobs, many people did not return back to work. What are we saying?
What's the consistent in all that, guys? What's the consistent thing? Whether you chose to or you didn't, whether you were forced to or whatever, what's the consistent thing that everybody had at that point in time?
You made your own choices.
You made the best choice you could for yourself. But the idea of people, but the problem that I'm having is the tonality of, well, you made a bad choice. No, they didn't. They made the best choice they could.
I didn't say you made a bad choice. I didn't say your employer made a bad choice. I said both you and your employer made a choice. There was no forcing. No one was arrested for not getting the vaccine.
If I may have a sentence or two, real quick.
In America. I'm sorry, in America.
The one thing that I will say that has come good out
Make
of
sure you drop the link, my good sir.
my jab and all this stuff is that the whole my body, my choice thing is out the window now, because you're going to force me to get jabbed, and now no more abortions. And I hope it gets outlawed worldwide, because it's no longer my body, my choice. Now we get to make the decisions. Now we get to decide.
First
we get to decide.
And now we're talking about my body, my choice. Are we going to?
No more rights. All your rights are gone. Enjoy your train rides.
Rights next.
Awesome.
Are we going to talk about? Are we going to talk about what's next? Are we going to jump on? Like what's going to be the next topic?
I thought we were going to do being genuine in terms of personality, and how do you know when you are? And
being genuine. That's really that's something that people are missing these days. The comparison of my body, my choice between the COVID vaccine.
Now we move to my body, my choice, which means that we must be moving into LGBTQ rights next, and then after that we're going to talk about affirmative action, and we're going to fly right into DEI right after that. Because
he was talking about the COVID vaccine.
Well, the whole episode is not about the fucking COVID.
The topic drift. Somebody says something, and somebody responds. Wow.
And yet collectively we keep being stuck on the fucking jab. I don't give a fuck about the jab.
It's clear.
You know, we get lost in these things in life, right? And we end up in these loops, and we end up in these situations where we don't want to
pull it away. We keep fucking talking about the
thing to do, Wes. The hardest thing to do, brother, I'm agreeing with you, is to make the fucking choice to change.
Right. Perfect, Fatty. Yes. Changing the conversation and getting back to the topic. Perfect.
It's the hardest fucking thing to do.
How about
when I came in, the topic was about people having a purpose in life. General brought the topic.
Look at the title.
To the COVID vaccine.
The topic was
Look
about
at the title. Oh my God, it's that easy.
To be better.
I thought we were going to talk about being different.
You know what? Stop. Everybody, stop. Step. First of all. It is right there in the title, to be better. If you're not too sure, if that goes for everybody on the panel as well as everybody in the chat, look at the description box. I literally write it in the description box. Check out the description box. Check out the fucking description box.
Wow.
I have a description box. I painstakingly do a short description of what we're going to be going over so you can get a good idea.
You know, Jack Talcott does those too.
I'm not Jack Talcott, but okay.
I know, but goddamn, this panel's starting to fucking feel like it, ain't it?
Oh my goodness. We can do better.
Even if you choose not to make a choice, you've still made a choice, right?
Resla is definitely losing it a little bit. He's trying to get us back on topic.
Mindset is fucking everything, you guys. I'm gonna recommend a guy named Rob Dial, the mindset mentor for anybody that needs anything as far as mindset goes. Okay, the guy is he's kind of a mindset guru as far as it goes. But man, where does know thyself? Where does know thyself fit into all of this we've just been talking about for the past half an hour?
Which went into my whole monologue because a lot of people don't really know themselves because a lot of them are running around hidden. They're too busy worried about what somebody else looked at them. Even you want to talk about here in the streets, they're too busy worried about what other people see about them rather than being a genuine, authentic person for themselves. And I want to hear everybody's thoughts, but not on some shit that has nothing to do with the goddamn topic.
Right. Yeah.
Topic
And
is
I
to
just
be
wanted
better.
to say,
Right up about the topic.
can I literally start to speak before you just
bullshit.
completely overtalk me?
Don't have me do this. It not on this motherfucking Monday. It is the beginning of the week. Today, this is the day people make their money, not lose their money. Don't you do this to me.
Let's go around the horn. Let's go around the horn. Everybody take 30 seconds. Let's all say what is it that we do in our lives that when we're in situations, how do you force yourself to change, to be better? What are the tools?
Take a minute. You take a moment, get your thoughts collected. That's how you force yourself to be better.
You gotta breathe.
Oh, can I answer?
Get a breath. Yep.
Please, Nino, please.
Oh, well, I would say in order to become better, you have to do a lot of self-reflecting. Like Resla said, you got to know yourself a little bit, but you also got to have close friends that know you as well, that may see flaws that you may not see, because a lot of people don't think they're wrong when they are. So you got to have people around you that you trust their opinion, and you know they're going to keep it 100 with you. So that's what I do to try to get better and try to get better than I was yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Constructive criticism is crucial, right? But we have to be able to trust the person that's given us that criticism, and not, so it's actually constructive.
That's correct.
And we can trust that it's coming from a good spot and not just a poke in the eye, right?
I think you have to eventually learn to give yourself the constructive criticism after you practice. And the reason behind this, at least somewhat empirical, is that the two main theories that people use, psychological theories and phenomenon, are dialectical behavioral therapy and CBT. CBT echoes, that's cognitive behavioral therapy. It echoes what Resla is talking about, where your cognitions predict pretty much your behaviors. If you interpret something as completely negative and that you hate people and you hate society, that's most likely going to end up who you're going to be, what you're going to do, reflected in your lifestyle. Now with dissociative, what's dialectical, behavioral therapy, I would say this is second most used therapy and that people use for themselves and with counselors, is a way to stop, be present, take inventory on whatever your feelings are, analyze the you know what out of it, and say, you know what, I'm recognizing right now that my fists are balled up, my face is red, I want to punch somebody in the face, I'm supremely angry. Okay, what happened for me to get there? And then you examine what happened and exactly what triggered you and what tipped you off. And while you're doing this, time is passing, so you're not acting impetuously and punching the guy in the face that offended you. Instead, you're thinking about it like an adult, which hurts too. And you know, one of the number one reasons why so many men are in prison is because they think impetuously, and they think it's somewhat like a child, where somebody hurts you and then you hit them in the head with the hammer or whatever's in your hand, and that's a childish thing to do. We're supposed to know better, do better, and stay out of prison, stay out of trouble, keep our jobs. And so this is what keeps you thinking about your actions before you even make an action. And it makes you think about the future and the present. And usually you don't Ask yourself, why am I angry? Now let's stop and examine why Bob and what he said really triggered me. Sounds like Mr. Rogers, but it works.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
so these are all derivations, or how do you say it? Derivations of these two theories. These things that we're talking about that help us behave better, do better, act better. People have their own tricks for them, and if you try them, you can try them with somebody else. You can practice on yourself. They work.
I agree. Those things actually do work. I do a little bit of study themselves, but I cannot maintain them when I drink.
Ah.
I love
Right.
the Mr. Rogers show.
Self-sabotage.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's absolutely that.
Mr. Rogers show.
But we
All
end
right,
up in a
so-
state of reaction, and we're not actually acting. We're in a state of reacting to everything, and by not choosing to stop and not choosing to take one deep breath.
And you can't be authentic when you're drunk.
Oh no, you can absolutely be authentic
yeah.
when you're drunk. You absolutely can.
Would you not
Yeah,
be?
you can be authentic while drinking. Yeah.
I disagree, but I'm not going to argue with you.
Some
about it.
people become more authentic
No.
when
Well,
drinking because
I
they can
think
become more loose.
well, again, it's all about the person that you're dealing with. The issue, and the thing I was bringing up before, even when about friends, right, is the fact that the people that you are around, if everybody's always giving their best representative, their ambassador,
Impossible.
from spouses, from friends, close friends, because quite frankly, they were afraid to be their true, authentic selves around, right?
I
For
can't
me,
wait till it's my turn.
I'll say for me. For me, when I drink, the reason why I drink is because, quite frankly, it lowers a lot of the blockades that I have built up for myself because of the type of work that I do. So I actually get a little bit more loose speaking on panels, which is why typically when you get me and you're not getting the guy who's sitting in a suit and a tie or really dressed up formally, whatever, you get the guy who's sitting in his jacket, whatever. This is me. I like to let loose, but sometimes for anyone who's ever watched me on a panel, you can see me slip into that mold as if I'm going to work, and I get very stuck. And if I don't drink, it's the only way for me to loosen up. Because if not, I will totally be in work mode. And guess what? When I punched out, I don't want to think that I'm here on the internet punching in.
Yeah.
There are ways to find acceptance of your surroundings, of life on life's terms, without drinking. But if you need to drink, so be it. When I came into the
drink because I don't do meth and I don't do coke.
Yeah, you do you.
He didn't say crack. He didn't say crack.
You hear this? You hear this guy?
I practice acceptance. But when I came in to the topic of to be better, including self-perception, habits, emotions, and the way our beliefs shape reality, exactly from your description, generally specific quote took the topic back to the vaccine. So I joined the discussion about the vaccines, and a couple of you got pretty triggered and angry. And I'm sorry. No, I'm empathetic that you got triggered and angry, but I am not sorry for being in acceptance of the world around me. And the world around me is there were employers that shut down and there were employers that did not shut down. I feel badly that yours shut down.
You mentioned that there was nobody here that had, was fired because of the vax. There is. Zetetic warrior.
I didn't say that. I didn't say no one was fired.
Excuse me for putting words in your mouth. Someone said, I don't think
arrested.
anybody.
He said arrested, not arrested. He said arrested, not fired. Arrested.
And my bringing up of the my body, my choice was following on someone else bringing up that discussion. And there are two places where that's used, the vaccine and the women's right to have private medical practices, especially in abortion. There are women who are getting arrested today for having abortions. No one's getting arrested for not getting vaccine.
It's almost my turn. Go ahead, Brick.
Go ahead, Brick.
Is it mine? All right. Okay.
I didn't realize we were going in the same. I'm sorry.
I know we were going over, but Brick, then 10th man, and you can close it. You can close this out.
Sure. So one of the things that you mentioned during the monologue and the preparation for this topic was about knowing your scars, and it brings me to the mindset of listening right? I know that that's kind of a difficult thing for people to do at times, you know, when someone's giving their view of a thing, right? You hear something and you want to interject and say, no, that's not right. Or I don't believe that even if you just don't believe it, you know, and I've done this myself. Like, I don't believe that. Right. But there is a point. There is some background noise. It's very loud.
It's on your side, bro.
I'm not getting any.
Yeah, it's super static.
Only on your side, not our side.
Well, it's obviously on a side, period. So it's kind of like,
yeah, I know, but it's got to be your system because we can't hear. None of us.
I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, that's because I got earphones in.
So do I. I've been having audio problems too.
If somebody doesn't want me to speak, I'll just go ahead and mute up.
So you're saying someone's got white noise? It's like
I can't hear.
Yeah, somebody's got the noise going on. I'll just mute up since somebody doesn't want to.
I'm on mute. Here's what he has to say.
Well, the thing brick is that no one else can really hear it. That's why I know it has to be white noise because we don't hear it. Right? Again, you have earbuds.
It's fine. I'll just mute up.
Unplug your ear jacks and put them back in.
Did you say what you had to say? I mean, I was curious.
No, I didn't finish. But if somebody doesn't want me to speak,
there was no static, dude. You're here. It's only on your side. Just keep talking.
It's been happening throughout this stream. Yes, I know what I'm talking about. I have the plugs in, but you know what? I don't. It's not now. It's not there now, but it was there when I started speaking. All of a sudden, it started when I started speaking. So
why's it got to be white? Why's it got to be white?
Just keep going, bro.
Might be your headset.
It's annoying and it's distracting for me.
You're muted.
This is actually kind of
about black noise, Jeremy.
But I'll go on because it's not there anymore. So it was actually part of the reason why I was saying what I was saying anyway, because, you know, this is actually why I mute up when other people are talking. And then when I'm ready to speak, I'll unmute because if I want to speak, then I'll unmute because I'm listening. I'm actively listening, ready to respond to. Are you listening there, Finkel?
I'm waiting for you to get back on your point. Get back on your point.
Okay. Because I didn't know. I couldn't tell with all of this stuff, right? Yeah. Active listening, right? Ready to respond to whatever the discussion is on, and knowing your own scars, being willing to accept that. Now, you can't accept those scars if you don't even hear what those scars are, right? So if I say, hey, this is a little bit of an issue that I see for you, then that you might not agree with it, but it's something to take in. But it's something that you might not know about or might not even be willing to acknowledge at all, right? This is kind of literally right on topic with the monologue, right? This is what you were explaining, that some people just don't even have an interest in hearing any type of constructive criticism. And it brings it right down to what you were talking about asking better questions, right? And the best question that I've ever come up with is, what can I do now? What can I do now? Not what can I prepare to do or what can I do about something that already happened, but what can I actually do right now? Right? So, for instance, some people like to go out there and hold the government accountable. Some people like to go to work so they can provide for their families. Those things that we can do, or even just sitting down and listening to someone who actually has an issue, right? If it's an issue that they see as a real problem, and it could be various amounts of things, right? You know, the Kool-Aid hasn't been made, right? Or dinner hasn't been made, or the car's running low on oil, you need to put some in there. And somebody's telling you about this and they have to hear it. You have to hear it for it to be a real discussion. But if you just discount it all together, then you're not working together to a better society. That's it.
How are we more likely to
I
point out
agree.
the scars of others than to recognize our own scars?
So the way to recognize your own scars is to the listening part. If someone else has scars, right, then they will tell you, or you'll see them as they happen. I mean, and that's really their responsibility. It's not on you for them to accept that, but rather it's yourself that you have to accept your own scars, your own problems, the things that you want to resolve. And it could be a various amounts of things. We've all got our own issues. I know I certainly have my own, but the willingness to listen to someone else tell me what those are, of course, that does require the other person paying attention too. So if they want to tell me, hey, this is an issue for you, then they would have to actually be paying attention and not, actually Resla mentioned this earlier, fake. That's false accusations, killing expectations, right? And so that part right there is, it's not an accusation that you can just throw out willy-nilly. And then the person that you're telling, hey, this is your problem, that's now the problem. You have to actually explain it to them why it's a real problem. You can't expect them even to believe it. I can't expect you to believe something that I've told you.
And explain it in a way that they can understand.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a communication thing too. Yes.
Even still, we have to be internal. That's all external stuff. I'm not that I'm criticizing what you're saying. It's just those are all external forces that we're dealing with, right? That are bombarding us, right?
Correct.
How do we internalize that and recognize?
That's where that's where the listening part comes in. But then the not looping, right? So taking it in constructively, right? And being willing to change it if it's for the better. Because some people will tell you to change something, but then it might not be for the better, right? You look at it from that holistic perspective for yourself, and then I'm sorry, it must be whoever just unmuted.
No, I know you're saying,
but I'll leave it.
That's where discerning comes in.
On,
that's
let me mute.
And everything.
Okay, so it was you, Lindsay. Okay, I appreciate it.
Okay, go ahead, Brick.
Okay, so that willingness to, if it's good, and it's good, right? I mean, these things that make sense. It's not good or it is good, and you have to make that decision. And it is a subjective thing, unfortunately. But as we grow through life, we become not the child but the man. You learn some things that maybe you didn't understand prior, like taking the candy bar, without permission is not good. You learn that because of discipline, becoming a disciple for your parents or for the ones around you, the social contract. You learn these things. We have this innate nature sometimes to do what is bad, but then we learn. We learn over time that these things are just inherently bad, and then willingness to change it because we listened earlier. And that is internal. You have to do that part.
It's got to resonate with us, right? We got to feel it.
All right, I want
to. Right?
Tim, do you have anything to say? And then I want Nino to say something.
Sorry that I distracted the topic of your show. That was not my intent. I was just pointing out my gripe with humanity.
No, I'm getting a good gander at you when you're sober.
Yes, it's not so fun, is it?
It's all right.
I like it.
I'm just saying, I'm way better when I'm really high, or because I'm not in so much pain. But anyway, I always try to do better, but people don't like critique, even when you're not talking about them specifically. That's why I don't talk about people specifically. When I do, they usually cry. So I'll try not to do that for now. But as part of doing better, I might have been doing some scientific research the other day on prawn, and I might have run into zombie prawn, and I didn't watch it.
Why not?
No, thanks.
He said zombie?
I mean,
form of necrophilia.
That's what I was thinking. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, this is too much for me. Click off. I just saw the screenshot of it. I'm like, I won't even click on that. I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. And then I said to my husband, I said, you know, we're in a point in society now where I'm pretty much done, because now my government has to spend time to legislate to not be able to have that. And it's just like, why did you have it in the first place? I don't know, just trying to get clicks and views. Well, yeah, that's a bit too much for me.
Well, Lindsay's gone now. She said something that really struck home. I'll paraphrase. I can't remember exactly how she said it. We have to know ourselves. We're all adults here, so we have to be able to admit our character defects. Admit that we're such. I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I suffer from PTSD. Both conditions are being treated, and through the Veterans Administration and through Alcoholics Anonymous, I've learned that you have to admit the problem. You have to believe that something outside of yourself, probably a God, can restore you to sanity. You have to be willing to surrender and turn that over to that thing outside of you. You have to fearlessly and morally inventory yourself. And then you have to admit these things. And you have to be ready to have this higher power, this power outside of you to help you remove these defects of character. You have to make amends to people you have harmed, and you have to carry the message. And I'm abbreviating it a little bit, but yeah.
Serenity only comes when we accept what we cannot change. And stop trying to fight everything
I'm
we
be
can't
honest
change.
with you. I didn't get that. I thought that was coming from a Kamala Harris seminar. I was lost. I was trying to piece that one
I
together.
do feel very unburdened at this time.
Lost. I was lost. I was sitting there like, wait, what? Huh? Wait, what?
Some 12-step knowledge right there, Finkel. You know? It's good shit. If
Oh
you know,
yeah,
you know.
I can pull them up and read them to you if you want. And the same concepts work for any situation.
It's just
Want me to read them?
commonplace humanity that when we're faced with something that disturbs us, whatever it is, it's denial, it's fight or flight, rationalize, justify, project, deflect, redirect, spurg out. Only I can fix this, right?
Self will run riots.
But man, taking that inventory, that personal inventory, admitting those faults, asking for forgiveness, knowing that when we ask for forgiveness, it's never given. We cannot expect to be forgiven.
Right. Amends and apologies are
apologies,
two different
right?
things. Yeah.
Right. And that's, we can only hold ourselves accountable to a certain point of forgiving ourselves and not worrying if the world forgives us or not.
You've got some knowledge there.
It's tough. I've been doing this shit since fucking freshman year.
Oh.
Yeah, nothing like getting busted with a 5-nug on the way to school, right? Smoking a joint on the way to school with the teacher behind you.
When you know these situations you have and you work on them, continuously work on them, not just get your merit badge and move on, then you become immune to people weaponizing. Oh, you're a drunk. You're drunk again. Or the attempt at the PTSD we just heard a little while ago. Oh, go sink a ship. It's a swing and a miss and a fail because I've worked on this PTSD series of triggers, and I'm immune to them when people try to weaponize them.
Yeah,
but that's how I make myself to be better.
It's that willingness to accept those things that you cannot change.
Yeah, very good.
Having the courage to change what we can, but only through the wisdom to know the difference. And it's the wisdom that gets everybody, right? Because we don't want to sit down and figure it out. We just want to fucking say that I'm strong and I can change it. But we're not fighting for anything that we're actually, there's no manifestation there. It's a fucking lost cause. Life's a bed of roses. Watch out for the pricks. The last thing we want to be doing is wallowing around in the bridal patch, but we get used to it, right? We get comfortably numb to those scratches and those scrapes, and we like getting poked in the eye, and we like the confrontation and the little dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin hit that we get. And
absolutely.
Give me your thoughts on that. You've been a little bit quiet, brother. You can always getting whenever you want.
Nah, I had a question. I was just waiting for them to finish. But
you got to get in where you fit in.
I see. It's cool.
Yeah, it's tough to get in. Sometimes.
But what I wanted to ask you, right? Because you was talking about how sometimes if drinking can bring out the real you. And you were saying sometimes that when you drink, it kind of takes away the blockers that you built up from working. But my question is, right?
Yep.
Does that mean that's the real you? If you're alone in your house and you have those blockers normally, like you walk around normally with that.
Well, I guess I should be more specific. I should be more poignant when I say it's not being real, as in not your everything is fake. It's there's a difference between being real and being honest. It's being more honest. Like, so for instance, I said earlier in my monologue, there are people that you hide things from because, quite frankly, you know what's in your mind, but you won't say because maybe even it would hurt their feelings, and that's something that you don't want to do. But a person who's going to be blunt honest will take away that guilt of hurting someone's feeling. Will say the thing that is the most honest of what they're thinking about. They won't shield them from their own feeling. They won't shield them from the brunt of the attack and give them the most honest thing. And like that's something that sometimes it's needed. It's really needed. Not, I mean, come on, we're all old enough to know that some of the best. Hold up, what's going on, Ruthless? But hold up a moment. We know that some of the best advice, best criticism that we received was from someone that had nothing to gain from telling us. They weren't there to be our friend. They were like, listen, I'm just gonna tell you what I saw. I'm gonna tell you what everybody was thinking. Motherfuckers, you was being like this, you was being like that. And I know you ain't see it that way, but so everybody's looking at that and no one's gonna tell you because they don't know how you gonna react. But I'm gonna tell you because quite motherfucker, I ain't got nothing to lose. I ain't gonna see you after I leave this engagement. So I'm gonna just let you know. And that gave you way more insight than the people who were sitting around who claim to be your friends, claim to be your most close confidants. Sometimes you need that person who's willing to give you that. And unfortunately, like I'm in a particular industry. Like I have to, like I can give people honest feedback, but literally my open door policy when they come in and say, "Oh, Resla, I gotta talk to you about something," I literally stop and say, "Hold up, is this a personal conversation or is this a business conversation? I need to know what hat I'm wearing." And they still will get a modified version of me because I'm still on the clock. When I'm off the clock, hey, Resla, what's going on? Fuck you, I'm going home. I clocked out. I can curse and everything.
Okay.
Fuck you, going home.
That's a mindset. You have to make that choice to clock out in your mind and not bring that work shit home, right?
I have people that call me from work. Hey, I'm sorry I'm calling you, but there's a thing going on. I'm sorry. I said, did you see the email? I said, I didn't get to read it yet. Oh, so it's past 11 o'clock. So what you wearing?
What's up?
Wait, what? Huh? I'm like, what you wearing? Because you calling me on booty call hours, and I ain't at work, so
Right
you
now, I
must
got
be
the pimp
telling
hat
me
on.
what you wearing right now.
Yeah.
What are we doing here? Why are you calling me? I'm
That's
like,
a good analogy, bro. Wearing
Yeah,
all the
work
hats.
stays
You
at
know?
work. Home is home. You don't bother me at home when I'm off the clock.
You
I
guys
don't
should see
like
me in the
that.
miniskirt when I'm doing paperwork.
but the issue is James, that when you're good at what you're doing, you're looked at as a reliable person. People feel like
Yeah, I know.
they can always reach out to you when they're in a bind, and sometimes
Yeah.
you have to really kick them into gear to make them realize that you're not always gonna be there, or that they have the answers, but they keep looking at you to give it to them when they already know it. Like I knew that, but I just wanted to confirm by calling you, and I'm like, do me a favor and don't next time. Just don't.
Yeah, I know what you mean because I was really good at my first job, which was car pushing, and they'd always call me in if they needed somebody
Well,
and
Lindsay
everything.
said she called the cops, so
I didn't like it,
the stream's gonna
but
go down. The stream's gonna go down
I
since she
went
called the
in
cops.
though because I needed the hours at the time, so I went in. I didn't like
Not
them
the first
calling me
time.
on my day off.
Fuck Britt.
What you do for work though?
What the fuck, Rick? What? Damn.
Uncle Fatty got me thinking.
What's with all hostility tonight on the panel?
So he got. I don't know. It's Monday. It's not even another weekend yet. God damn.
Oh, hostility.
I'm not all women.
Fuck you, Greg.
People woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning.
I'm all
Just another manic Monday.
Fatty, can you hear me?
So, Lindsay, what's the question for Fatty?
We were thinking of things that were positive that you can do, and then he got me thinking about the negatives. What can you not do to self-improve? So I was thinking we're our own worst enemies. We have these habits where we betray ourselves and keep us from being the best that we can be, whether they're addictions, whether they're habits, whether it's the way we're talking to ourselves, et cetera, et cetera. So what if we took that away? What if we worked on those things instead of necessarily doing something toward an aim, take away something?
I think that would. I'm not opposed to it. I think that is harder for human beings to do. The same way how it is hard for human beings to be in a state of nothingness. It is hard for humans to just be in a state of reaction.
It is hard.
Most humans, even when, Lindsay, if I told you to I just want you to be in a state of nothingness. I just want you to be able to react. I just want you to sit still and not think about anything.
I see where you're going.
That would be difficult, highly difficult, because you would be thinking about not doing anything. And I'm like, don't, Lindsay, stop. Don't think. Just be. That's going to be almost insane to do.
I can tell you how it would work, but it's a little bit different. Let's say I'm talking to myself and saying mean things and being hypercritical. And, this doesn't do me any particularly good. And it probably doesn't do anyone else any good either, because I'll end up being in a bad mood and being more bitey. So let's say I have a lot of negative self-talk going on and I catch myself in it. I say, stop, you're doing it again. Replace it with something nice, no matter how stupid that feels, or fake or artificial, even if it means looking outside, taking a break from that and admiring how beautiful something is. It sounds so stupid. I'm really hearing myself sound like Mr. Rogers, and I acknowledge that, because sometimes you want to throttle that guy and say, are you real? Or do you really have feelings? Do you ever have a feeling of violence, or want to smash somebody in the face or something? But you
really, don't want to burn down your neighborhood?
Yeah. Or
start yourself in the face.
Start a fire. No. See,
at this point,
self-improvement.
Shouldn't you be Mr. Rogers most of the time at this point, Lance?
I want to interject.
Say that again.
Wait, shouldn't you be Mr. Rogers most of the time? Like, it sounds like you're saying you're mostly, the angry person, and every time Mr. Rogers pops up.
No, sir. I ever since I saw that episode of Martin, I always see Mr. Rogers as an arsonist now.
You know what? There's no doubt.
Mr. Robert got wounded.
He's always going to be an arsonist now. Ever since I saw that one episode of Martin.
Eddie Murphy is Mr. Rogers.
He has.
I'd like to interject.
Go ahead. I'm talking too much.
This is an interesting theory. I know I'm going to get some pushback, right? But the reality is, society and life forces you to be a liar. For society will not let you be honest.
Pushback incoming.
And if you're honest, you'll be persecuted, right? You can't be yourself in society. You can't.
Can I go back?
You're getting pushed back.
I feel persecuted right now.
You're getting pushed back, sir.
I know.
Just with one word.
Let me give a few examples, and I'm gonna add a little context, and y'all can go. If you go to a job interview, right? You go to a job interview, right? You can't be who you really are. You have to be what the employer needs you to. If you're in a relationship, right? If you're building a relationship, right? You can't be in most cases. You can't be.
Let him give the examples. Let him give. He's just giving the examples. He's just giving the examples.
I'm just giving examples, right? If you go into a relationship with a woman, right? When you meet her for the first 90 days, you can't be who you truly are. You can't. Society forces you to lie.
He's got one more. He's got one more example.
no,
Let him
no,
give
no,
that.
fuck that.
Let him give one
I
more.
had
Let
a
him give one
problem.
more.
You said society forces
Now's the
you.
time to
That's
practice
the only word I
DBT.
had a problem with. Society
Unmanageable
tries to force you. It's your decision if you do.
No,
Society
everybody
can't
has to
force you
shut
to
up.
do shit.
Please
I'm
go.
just saying, right? And being educational and intelligent and get job tasks done has nothing to do with your personality, who you really are, right? It's just something you can do good. So when you're going to that job interview or you're showing up to work every day, you're being a different person than you are at home. It's got to be that way.
No.
With
I
the
don't let
job
someone else
interview,
go,
are you lying, misrepresenting yourself? Or are you just showing the best parts of you?
Ruthless.
The parts
You're
Buy me a
that
house.
misrepresenting yourself. You're misrepresenting yourself because how you are to your kids, right, is not how you are at your work. How you are to your wife, lovey-dovey, is not how you are to your coworker who are females at your job. So you can't
I'm not
be.
going to make out with my coworker.
And
That
hunting
don't
and
float either.
fishing, when you go hunting and you go fishing and then you bring home that kill, you are going to lie to the children of how you did that.
Yes.
No.
You got
Not
to.
every parent does that.
No, you do not.
And I try this
There's
brain
a reason
down.
it's called hunting and fishing and not harvesting.
Even
Yeah,
listen, and last
this is
point.
true.
Even
This
Christmas,
is true.
right? Don't look at Christmas, the biggest lie on earth, right? But you don't tell your kids, "Ain't no motherfucking Santa Claus."
Some parents do.
We call it hunting,
I
not
would
killing.
tell my kids it ain't
It's
no
a
damn
killing, not a hunt. You
I've
killed that
been in-
animal,
Say it to mine.
If you are
I'm
putting
waiting
on
on
a
you.
suit,
and it's delicious.
You
Tell
tell your
fucking
kids exactly how
you're not
things
getting
happen.
Christmas
Just get
presents.
it at
Because Santa Claus
level.
doesn't fucking exist. You can't
All
say
right,
that
guy, you've been
because
going
you
for a while. Let somebody respond to you, man.
Yeah.
I want to hear
I've,
Jay.
I've been in many romantic relationships. The current one is the most successful. And I'll tell you the reason is because of the honesty from the get-go.
Pause before you take us down there, because I'm trying to remember. Did I ever answer your question?
The examples, is that what you want to jump on, Resla?
You did to a degree, yeah. I understood what you were saying.
Okay, I just want to make sure if I understood the question for you. If I just answered the question for you, I just want to make sure. All right.
No, you good, man. Yeah, I understood.
Because when Joe comes in, I'm gonna have to start sobering up.
You got to pay attention now. That's that listening part.
All right, yeah. Since no one's jumping on, dude, I'll jump on you a little bit, man. You said society forces you to do these things. I would say society strongly encourages you, but I cannot take away my agency, and you should not get. Are you talking while I'm talking? And you should not. And you should not let that take away your agency. If you tell yourself, I have to play the game because society says so, you also telling yourself, I can't do it my old man, what my father asked me to do. You've chosen sides and you've chosen the wrong side, in my opinion.
So can I give you a couple? There's consequences for that, though, right? Look, Colin Kaepernick, right? Who was against police brutality. So he took a stance, which was against all what society projected. Wait a minute, hold on. As society was he's supposed to spend his paycheck, play fucking football. You're not supposed to speak out on injustices, right? But he did. He bowed, he kneed down, it was silent, not violent, and they crushed his career for that. Society crushed for that because he was being who he was. He's being true to himself, and they persecuted him.
Do you remember how the disciples died? One was filleted, one was down, one was head cut off, one was burned, hung up on a sound cross. They're trying to tell you something, man. The road is not easy. Don't come in here telling me, damn it, it's a hard price to pay, so I must do that thing. You'll get no sympathy here, motherfucker. Yes, life is hard, especially when you make the hard decisions, right? It's standing up to the guy, to the bully. It's hard. I'm not going to encourage my kid, just suck it up because it's hard and you may get hurt. No, pick up a brick.
Nobody said it's supposed to be easy. What I'm saying is you can't stand up what you truly believe in your workplace.
I'm a cop watcher. I do this shit every day. I don't have an issue. You know, this is work. Technically, I can be me. Hey, look.
Be exactly who you are.
I think Rufus, you're saying that
If I'm early honest on a resume and a job interview, it will never come back to bite me in the ass. And that's how I've done my last few job interviews. And it's the same thing with a new relationship. Be thoroughly honest from the start.
Yes,
and
I don't get that. You can't be who you want to be in a new relationship. I'm glad you remember that. Man.
Hey, yeah, because you gotta
I'm
be
not gonna tell your
who
boss.
you are, or else that's gonna ruin the relationship if you're not
Lay
who
down
you
the
are.
line. Agreed.
Yeah, that's gonna
You're
ruin
not
it
gonna
because
tell your
they're
boss.
I
gonna
want to bring
love
up
one
a
person and then find
clear.
out you're a whole other person.
Yes.
I want to bring up a clear example that I know, even though you're saying this, Joe, you will agree with me that this is a place where keeping your word and not being honest is not going to be beneficial. And that's sushi packs, right? Jonestown. Imagine if those parents of those children would not have told them would have taken them and not gone along with what they already said and not told them why and
All
just
right, I'm
simply
going to agree
left.
with you, Brick. You were right. I am going to agree with you on this one. There is a certain time when the greater good, you can lie. For instance, if the police are outside and you're hiding under my bed, I'm going to tell them I ain't seen that motherfucker, man.
I think this is a matter of integrity, because if he's throwing a fit because he has to put a suit on at a job interview, that seems to be the main problem with him, and it's not being somebody else.
And so, Joe, with that, it's because of your agreement with the higher power that you actually change your mind, right?
Maybe that agreement is just the societal norm that's placed on us that is an unmanageable expectation that is something we can never live up to, but we are expected to.
We're pressured. We're pressured.
Wait.
We are pressured and expected. I get it.
Wait. Stop. Okay, you say this I'm trying to get this right as well as I can because it almost slid underneath the radar for me. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the way to use it. Can you repeat that one more time for me? Was it the undesirable
Societal
expectation?
norm. I think what Rufus was touching on is the societal norms, right? The expectations that are placed on us that are unmanageable, that are unattainable, right?
But what do we mean by unmanageable and unattainable? Because the issue that we have, the issues I see for a lot of people that have either worked in different departments or either worked under me is that you literally have a standard that you have to meet in order to do your job. It is literally the reason you are hired. It is your competency profile. As in, when you do the things that you were actually hired to do, guess what you did? You met expectations.
Or
what is this extra shit that you're talking about?
So here, let me give it.
If I may.
Let me give an example. Right? I work for you, Resla, right? And I
What's
hate
good,
every
90?
fucking body that works. I fucking hate them. I can't tell them that though. I can't say you fucking idiot. You
No.
never do something.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You can tell them. You choose not to. You can tell them.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna lose my money.
You can tell them. You made a conscious decision not to. You absolutely can tell them.
Some chick says to me, buy me a house. I can say no.
I'm thinking of my livelihood.
This is how nasty I am at work. I literally have people turn around and say, someone and say, "Oh, Resta, can you help me with this thing?" And I go, I would love to, but I don't wanna. And I walk away from them. I literally walk away from them.
Okay,
when my mom tells Joe Cole to go buy her pack of cigarettes, he snaps right up and he goes and grabs her pack of cigarettes.
I can't say to this employee, "Get your bitch ass with me."
Not to. Don't say what you can't.
No. Listen what I'm saying though. The consequences, but I'm thinking
over yourself.
Rufus.
I have a certain standard your company holds, right? You may hire me, but you also hire me to act professional. That means I can't be unprofessional when I want to be
Where is
unprofessional.
that being unprofessional? Where is it being unprofessional? Wait, where is it being unprofessional for you to express yourself?
I'm gonna show you. I can't be unequivocally honest about my feelings towards people to maintain a professional work environment that's stable for you, which directly affects your bottom line. So I'm working to be
Ruthless,
professional.
ruthless.
Right?
If you are working for me, if you are working for me, and you are being a dick, if you are being a dick and you work for me, it is different from you being hateful. If you are being hateful, you and I have to have a conversation. If you're being a dick, I'm gonna say you have to get along with him. That's it.
And you face that same decision in real life too. Hold on, Rufo. You face that same decision in real life as well. If you're an asshole and you go around saying, "I want to beat that bitch ass, I can't stand her," there are consequences in real life, no different than work.
For that. But if you turn around and say, "I don't want to teach," I don't want to teach that coworker because because I don't like them or I don't want to teach nobody. I can't force you because you know why? Teaching was not a part of your. Teaching was not a part of the job when you were hired, unless you were literally hired for that particular role. I can't force you to do so. But if you turn around and say, "I want to beat that bitch Christie's ass every time she walked in," I can't have you do that because why? There's a threat against another coworker. There's a difference.
That's what my point is. Thank you for making my point. My point is
you can say it though.
Listen, you made my point. We're saying the same thing. What I'm saying is, if let's say a dude like me, I'm from the streets, right?
We're not.
I'm from the streets, right?
Yeah.
I under street code, right? I under street code. But when I'm going to get a fucking job, right? And I'm in a place of profession, you hire me. I am not taking the streets with me to fucking work, right? I'm gonna be a professional.
It's literally indoor on property.
Listen,
what are you talking about the street?
No shit, Charlotte. Give your ears the same chance you give your mouth. You understand? What I'm saying is,
you go to your man and say, boss, can I take a shit, boss? You doing here?
Listen. What I'm saying is, when I go to the interview and you give me an interview, right? I'm going to comply. Who the other side of me? I'm not going to take all my personal life and everything I do outside of work to work.
You don't do that out in the real world either, right? I hope you don't throw out your personal life on panels either.
Thank you, Joe.
Let me land the plane, and I'm gonna let y'all push back all day. I'm below.
Watch it, Joe. Watch it.
Yeah, I agree with that, Joe, too.
When I take this job, right, and you take a liking to me, you say, okay, you know what, Rufus, I believe you're able to do the job, but then you're gonna give me the rules on conduct, code of conduct, standards.
They go without saying you're a man. They ain't got to give you them rules.
And I need, hold on, I need to surface and act in these standard of conduct which you apply. Now, my own personal thing would be not professional, right? Which can affect your bottom line. And if that's your bottom line, you're rid of me. That's simple. So, of course, I can't be myself.
Nightish, get your mans. Get your man.
If I may, just for you know, I'm fast. You know, I'm fast.
When you're the quickest man on help somebody on the internet. That's it. It's bottom line.
I have spent the last 10 years of my life professionally dealing with people that don't understand that things had to be plugged into work, into a power outlet. I'm sorry, but I deal with in the past 10 years, I have talked to at least 100,000 people. What is it? What is like? No, maybe not that. Yeah, close, almost to 100,000 people, right? And once I've talked to people and explained stuff to them, they usually, if I run into them again, it's not for the same thing.
What was the topic, damn it?
I find that most people are incapable of understanding just the most basic of things. So to have a conversation about this stuff,
we're in agreement.
Literally,
there, but I don't.
It's what it's
like. First conversation, I don't really remember it
because listening to this conversation, no shade, but
here it comes.
It's like listen, it's like watching cats play with yarn.
Can I jump in here?
I don't understand what's going on at all.
Explain why it's relevant.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Can you please give some feminine energy in this? Can you please give some feminine energy in this? This is crazy.
You didn't even allow me to finish what I was saying. You're being disrespectful.
Resla.
Don't be disrespectful. I was almost done.
I apologize.
No, he wanted feminine energy. Continue, Ted.
Exactly. So Wow.
Okay. All right.
Well, man.
Why?
Yeah,
Why?
What in the hell?
Why
tonight?
does anybody actually care what the other person would ever think of them?
Yeah,
Why
that's
wouldn't
some
they just
straight up feminine energy coming right
act the
now.
way that they need to for the situation at the time?
What? Nah.
All of us are chameleons and we act the way that we need to for that situation at the time. You act more tough when you think you're about to be mugged than you do when you're with your woman.
All right, good point.
You act it. We all act differently towards everybody that we know.
10th man. Dude's argument, though, it just remembered his argument was not that. His argument was because I'm a man, regardless whether I'm working here, there, in any environment, I will pass because I will be a man. Dude's argument is that I can't walk through the work environment and say my boss is a fat bitch. That's his argument. No one has sympathy for that argument. That is what men, not what men do anyway. No,
All right,
no one.
You take to the job interview, you take to the office that which pertains to the job. If you think your boss is a fat bitch, that doesn't pertain to the job.
A bad bitch. Exactly.
I don't do that in life. If I think someone is that, I don't run around just feeling the urge to scream it in real life. Why would you feel it at the job if you need it carved out in the writing?
What?
You can't tell her that to her face, though. You can't. You lose your fucking job.
Wait. No, you're a lie. No, wait, hold on. Not only do I say on the job, I'll even say here online. I not only say on the job, I would say it here on the job. Fuck you, Tabitha, you fat bitch.
Things had to be plugged in before.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
Damn.
Okay.
I mean, you have options. You can, and then you cannot, but the cannot has to be tacked to something physical.
So in this,
your feelings aren't attached to
you
that.
can't be your genuine self.
I mean,
you can't be your genuine self. Was his argument? No, that's not true, right?
Well, you
can
can
still
be,
do these
but there's
things.
consequences.
There is no consequence for being your genuine.
Yeah. Wait,
but you can't. But
you can be your genuine self. You can be your genuine self unless you think that your genuine self is a piece of shit.
Yeah. Free speech is not
right.
You are free
to my genuine
say
self
whatever you
is.
want to say.
Yeah.
But there are going to be consequences.
Well, let's be honest. Let's be honest.
You can't control his consequences.
I'm gonna just say, and James, I don't want you to subscribe to this because I know you're talking at the same time. If your genuine self was you being a pedo, would you turn around and do it? No, you wouldn't.
100 bands?
No.
100 bands?
Whoa, for 100. Did you say for 100 bands?
If you hire me,
do anything at the job.
Did you wait? Did you say for 100?
I'm going to be the most disciplined. I'm not going to
wait. Ruthless. No. Ruthless. Listen, for 100 bands, did you say you would be willing to say that you're a pedo?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
okay.
That's not what he's saying.
He was asking. He was asking. He wasn't saying.
First informant there.
You pay me $100 a year to be a CEO of your company. There's guidelines and the structure I have to follow, and I cannot bring any of my personal life or the way I am into it. Everything has to be by the fucking book. And that book is not me, okay? Simple. You can't be who you are. Society forces us to live a lie, to make money, to be civilized and all that shit.
No, not force.
No, force to do anything.
This is the part that I believe that everybody's trying to make to you, Ruthless, is that there's a difference between force and can't, and then that and pressured or not willing to do.
There you go.
Right? So there's that difference that we're trying, and we are trying to point that out to you. There's the what you can do versus the can't, and that's fair. But that is a physical thing. Right? That's not your person.
Well, Brick,
it's all
a choice. Let's be honest,
we can choose to cross boundaries and face
consequences. If there's a
even
certain
for that amount of money, if that's what you are after, that's something. That's physical.
If they're getting a certain amount of money to fund your lifestyle and your family, feeding your family, and all this, you get all this to act who you're not really are, you're forced. Because
well, no, hold on, Ruthless.
that.
No, hold on. I got it, bro. So it's actually the point that I made earlier with Joe Cool, which actually he agreed upon, and that would be instances where they go against your principles. Primary force of that would be something like a sushi pack or some sexual misconduct that you know is absolutely degenerate that you wouldn't go along with. Things like that you say, I'm going to walk away from this grand lifestyle that I could have had. I'm not going to do the Diddy, right? I'm going to do something different. That's the kind of things that you, as a principled man, will walk away from, even if you signed your name to the dotted line.
So once again, right, we had the bulk.
You feel that you have to lie to be in the job or the relationship or the situation you are in the wrong job or relationship or situation. Whether it's one of these sushi packs or working at a big corporation or a 7-Eleven or you're dating a skank or you're dating a real lady.
Agreed.
If you can't be honest, you're in the wrong place.
Right. Yeah, in the wrong shit.
I hate to agree with you, bro. You're good. You're good on that one. Yes.
All right. I'm gonna give a quick pause because we did lose somebody. I know Nino wasn't here anymore. He's more of a quiet type. I know other people dipped out like OG and them, like a little more on the quiet side. But I want to introduce my man over here, Willie Wills, also known as Cellulite Podcast. What's going on, my guy?
What's happening, G?
What's going on, man?
What the hell are y'all talking about?
Sir, it's been all over. I'm trying to keep a Tesla spirit right now because they all over the board.
I'm so confused. I heard the question and I heard the premise, and I'm just like, this cannot be a logical conversation that we're having right now.
It's not.
It's not tonight.
Well, listen, I keep trying to have Lindsay talk so that she can bring some of that feminine energy up in here.
I still want to answer that question she asked me.
Well, go ahead.
Let's start with her because maybe that's a more common conversation because I don't know what the hell y'all was just talking
I'm going to try to get this guy unmessed up. Okay, so the topic is to be better. Mostly we're talking about on an individual basis, not society. Individual basis about how to improve yourself, how to make your life better. And for example, perceptions, how you see things can dictate behavior, which can make your life better, easier to live, which can profit you, benefit you in some way, shape, or form, and therefore possibly benefit others. So then we got to the point where this gentleman came in. Where is he? What's his name?
The 10th man?
Yeah, excuse me. I keep forgetting his. So 10th man is arguing that in order to be a better person, you necessarily have to be genuine. And anybody who stands in the way and tells you what to do and won't let you be genuine is getting in the way of you bettering yourself. He gave the example of applying for a job.
That wasn't 10th man giving that example. That was somebody else.
That was somebody else.
But yeah.
Let's just say it was me. It sounds smart. Go ahead.
Yeah, 10th man.
Are you with her so far? Are you saying with her so far? Are you understand?
No. Lindsay 10th man began it, but then Ruthless took over, and that's when the whole job thing came in. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
so replace 10th man with Rufus. Now Rufus argues this example.
Wait. Since Ruthless. Yes.
Ruthless. Oh my God, I'm going nuts. Ruthless gave the example to illustrate his point that if he wants a certain job, he has to put on a suit and tie and be what he considers to be fake or disingenuous, play the game, so to speak. And he argued that he should, his not bettering himself because he's sacrificing his integrity. And the rest of everybody else is arguing that just because you have to play a certain game doesn't mean your personality is changing or you're disingenuous. It simply means you're playing.
I'm not even sure you have to play a game. I'm not even sure you have to do that. Right? If I was to be a cop,
Joe. Let her cook, my guy. Let it cook. Let it cook.
Almost done. So that was the example he
Cook
gave that
some more. Yeah.
everybody disagreed with. And the reason is because they basically said you are still yourself, whether you're playing a role. You're not necessarily sacrificing your integrity as a whole. You are still a facet of your personality. You're just playing a game to get to where you want to go. And if you deem that worthy
I
of
am not saying that.
No, well, you're not saying that. And here's the truth, Joe. I'm with you. I don't agree with it either. But I want Lindsay to get it out so
Okay.
we can
all right,
explain
I'll
why.
step down. I don't care.
So for me, Lindsay, the reason why I say it is because to go on to the premise of what we're talking about here, to be better. And I'm not for nothing. Like I would say for someone who I know I've had plenty of conversations who feel the same way is my guy Will. We've done enough work on ourselves to be able to say that the guy that you get on is the same way you get the guy that's off. We gonna talk to you the same way we gonna talk because we give our thoughts our authentic selves. That's how we end up gaining a lot of respect and a lot of different jobs that we're on. Quite frankly. So for those who are sitting there trying to play as they want to be something else, those are the people who always end up being the most untrustworthy, to be honest with you. When Rufus says, I gotta put on a suit and a tie, so therefore I can't be myself. If you're saying that the fit changed you, that means you're always walking
Wait,
around.
maybe the job.
You're
You got a question. This is more of a question now.
Okay, so we can't even answer the simple.
It did not matter whether I was working in a blue collar field production job or whether I worked at blue collar or whether I worked at white collar in a financial industry. I'm the same guy. You get the same jokes. You get the same attitude. You get the same work ethic. Now the work ethic is different because I might spend a lot more time in the office, but I would spend more time breaking my back and getting hurt in a blue collar job. I may not spend as many hours in a blue collar job, but I will give maximum effort. And I say when I'm hurt, I need to stay back because quite frankly, I'm not trying to keep myself out. In a white collar job, though, I put in more time than I'm actually compensated for.
Right, and that's a choice.
Yeah, but the suit doesn't make the man. The man makes the suit.
Thank you.
Right.
That's the point.
And whether you wear suits or
Exactly the
jeans,
point that I'm making.
Yeah.
That's exactly the point that I'm making.
That's kind of what I was going to
Isn't it
say. No matter
something?
whether never mind. Go ahead, Joe. I keep talking.
Go ahead,
over you.
Lindsay.
Wait, let me ask you a question, Lance.
You flip the
Let's
script on
ask
me.
the question.
Lindsay, go ahead, and then I want Joe to come in and then ask his stuff.
You're the same person no matter what color shirt you're wearing, no matter if you're wearing a $5,000 suit or a $2 thrift shop thing. It doesn't change your basic personality. And I don't care if you want to call this a game or a behaving, whatever word you want to attribute to it, whatever semantics you want to use, you're having to do or perform a certain way doesn't necessarily mean that this person is changing you. Your
Agreed.
basic personality does not change.
That part I agree with. Yes.
I agree.
The part I didn't agree with.
I agree because the point that even Will and I were making was that if you need the suit in order for you to feel more confident, you're not ready. You're not ready for a lot of things in the world. You're not.
Make it work sometimes too, though.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thanks. Two things. The part I disagreed with was when you said that we were saying that you have to play the game. I don't agree with that part. The rest of what you said, I agree with. Yes. And that leads me to something we're leaving out a little bit. It is not in my nature. I couldn't be a cop or politician. I don't think there is a way that I can be the genuine me and accept those jobs. So yeah, if I find myself being a cop, yes, I'm an actor, because the real me, they don't even believe that nonsense. That I should be telling grown people what to do.
It doesn't make you a liar, though.
It
right?
would if I became a cop and performed a job. I would be a liar, an actor, all of these things. So I just can't do it. Or a politician, don't you have to?
Joe, if you were an actor, right? If you were playing as a cop, you were an actor. Say you were a ride along. You learn everything you need to do with a cop needs to do outside of going through physical training. So when you were a ride along, they said we're gonna give you the best. We're gonna give you a badge. You know what? It's a carry state. We even want to let you hold the gun, and you perform exactly as a cop. At what point do you turn around and say that you weren't a cop? versus you were actually
My
just
mind
alive.
broke. First of all, I couldn't even see myself in a car performing me as a cop. My mind broke when you first initiated that shit.
All right, I already knew that when you were smoking, my G, but I was trying to make a point.
Right, fuck, I can't. No, if I gotta pretend that I'm a cop, and if you get in there thick, I can't even pretend that I'm pretending to be a cop. That thing's insane.
This conversation is disingenuous because you're acting
Go
as
ahead.
if
Wait.
Isn't this sad? Wait. Can I just point this out? I'm gonna point it out to the black people on the panel. This is like 3 of us up here, four of us up here.
Hey.
Isn't it
That was
bad?
racist.
Isn't it bad when we're talking about cops, they can't even see themselves in the position of being a cop? What does that say?
Most people.
I said what I said, Joe. I said he said I can't even as an actor, I can't even see myself being in that position. How bad is that?
I guess you have to play games.
How bad is that?
We gotta
Denial.
rephrase your question, Resla, because me and you are in opposition still.
He
The
wants to change
question
the goalpost.
is it bad? Not how bad it is. I don't concede that it's even a bad thing. I still want to argue from over here. If you telling your kid to be a cop, you're a bad parent. I'm going to argue that.
Wait,
how's that? Wait. Hold on.
Last time I was on this show.
Wait, hold on. How's that being a bad
That's
thing?
my turn. I'm going to talk now. The last time I was on this show,
Will's address him because I don't understand how that's not the same
that a
thing.
bad thing?
How telling your kid to be a cop?
Yeah.
Because you're telling him to take on a job where some random person will decide what he does morally, even up to the point of killing motherfuckers. And he already knows going in that.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Joe, stop right there. Stop right there.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between telling your kid to go be a cop and to go to the fucking Marines, to go to the Army, to go
probably
to
none. You're probably shouldn't be telling that either.
Telling your kid to go to the military versus telling your kid to go to be a cop. Tell me what's the difference? Because guess what? All that shit that you just said is exactly the same shit that he would be doing for them. So that's bull fucking shit.
No, I agree with you. You shouldn't be telling your kid to go to the military and kill for the government either. You're a bad fucking parent. Do you know what we went over there, what they killed for? Wait, hold on. He was talking to me. Let me finish him. Those people were over there. Those people were over there killing those people. They thought they were killing the people who knocked down the Twin Towers.
So let me
when they embedded the reporters with them, the people, the soldiers were over there to get revenge. They went the wrong country.
I'm trying not to say. I'm really trying not to say disingenuous. You're being deceitful.
Does it not make
according to the word that you actually use, I would not want my kid to be a cop because, quite frankly, you're gonna be sitting here. You're gonna be following orders. That's exactly what they do in the fucking military. What are we talking about here?
At least
and you
the structure of the military is worse than the fucking streets.
I thought I was clear.
What are we talking about?
Wait, so we think killing motherfuckers for big bankers is honorable now? The military.
Dishonorable or honorable?
Do
Wow.
we think why did those kids go over there and kill them motherfuckers in the Gulf War? Because they thought they were killing the people who took down the Twin Towers. They went in the wrong country.
Wrong.
Here, let me make the connection then. Let me make the connection.
You're talking about cutting
if
off
you would tell your kid, let me think. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Sustainable life just because of morals. That makes no sense whatsoever.
It might make more sense if you let me finish.
No, you're talking about cutting
if
off
you
the
would tell
potential of
your kid,
life-sustaining process just because of
you
morals.
can argue better if you know my point. I'm saying, but go ahead.
that's the point that I actually made earlier about listening. That part right there really needs to happen.
The point is being made on a generalization. Some people thought that. A lot of people knew better.
Yeah, my point is, I wouldn't rush up to tell my kid to just go blindly
What job would you tell
kill.
your kid to do?
What job would you tell your
I
kid
would,
to do?
if he's got to kill, if it's that high, his morals must be heavily
Let's take killing off
involved.
the table. Let's take killing off the table. Let's not go extreme.
Yeah.
What job would you recommend for your child to do?
Pretty much anything he wants to do. Any company he wants to start, video game comp.
It can't
What?
be.
So he's going to have to learn. He's going to have to learn the business from somebody, right?
He's gonna have to. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So
He'll
he's going to
probably
be
learning
following.
it.
He's going to be following orders, right?
Thank you.
Not
Thank you.
yet.
Thank you.
What the hell you mean?
Oh my
What
God!
job?
Why are you
What
getting
job in
so
America
excited?
do you? Wait. What job in America do you work where you don't follow an order?
Thank you.
Well, I haven't got there yet.
Freedom
you
fighter.
niggas are too excitable, bro. You're not trying to listen. You're trying to be right. Apparently.
No,
we don't have to be right.
I
We
don't
just
have to
have
be
to
right
make
to know
sense.
exactly.
All right,
what
well,
it is.
slow
It's
down.
business. Anything for
Listen.
learning.
We're still talking about a kid. Yes.
Yeah,
I hadn't got past that. I thought we're talking about a kid. My point
tell
is,
your
if the kid is
kids, do
playing
the
video
research
games or
and
whatever
follow
he's
their
doing, he's
dreams
learning his
without
shit
ignorance.
already, but he is not working for no one. Did you hear my point? I'm sure you didn't. We were talking about a kid. No, if he's a kid already, he's learning the craft, but he's not working for anyone yet. Now go ahead.
Cool.
Please continue.
Wait, Finkel, can you please land this shit?
You teach the kids to follow their dream after researching and follow their dream without the ignorance that a lot of people do, whatever it is.
That I agree with. That I agree
would
with.
help.
So if you're gonna serve,
So with that information, you tell your kid, do your research before whatever field you go into. Do your research, right? Now,
Right.
what field in America will you not be following an order when you come in on an entry level?
Give me one. Give me one. One.
holding a camera.
And they should.
You don't
know
really
that
need a
when they
whole
do
lot
the
of training to hold a camera.
You do.
Nah, you
Wait,
really
wait,
don't.
wait.
Even when you're holding the camera, they tell you where to point it, right?
I've been a videographer. There are skills that you need as a videographer. Absolutely.
Yeah, and those are things that
When
you can
did the
actually learn
question
over time.
become that you need a job where you don't have to follow directions? You guys moved the goalposts. We was talking about where you don't have to be genuine. You guys are saying what job you don't have to follow orders.
Hold on. That's what you said.
No.
You said no.
You
I don't want. You said I don't
You
want
guys-
my kid to go to a job where they have to follow orders that's not morally acceptable. That's what you said.
Yeah,
That's what
you probably cut
My
me off.
question-
Yeah, that's a
No, I
good
didn't
deal.
cut you off. I
Yeah,
understand
this
what
is-
you said. So my
Yes,
question
and you
was-
didn't hear the
my
rest
question-
of it, but you
Yeah, if
probably
you're
were
not-
doing what you guys do. You
Yeah, if
jumped
you're
on
not
the
okay
first
with
half.
the moral,
My-
And
my
the
question
last
still
part of
remains.
that, you could hear it now. The last part of that was, especially if the price is so high as is killing a motherfucker and doing shit like that, and his morals must be in the game.
Sweet.
You
Now,
don't
let's
argue
talk about
that.
on the low.
That's funny,
Let's
'cause
talk.
he can make
Let's
it-
talk about. Hold on. Let's talk about on the low end level. What low level
Very
paying
good.
job? What low level paying job
Yeah.
would they not have to follow orders? Go ahead. I'll take it. I'm listening.
I'll wait.
I never said there was a
Holding a
job where you
camera.
didn't follow orders. That's
said-
something you
said-
guys
you
came
said
up
the
with.
high cost. You said the high cost. of
Come
killing.
on.
What's
Painting
the
a picture,
On.
right?
Painting a picture. So if you're an artist, if you're an artist assistant, remember it's a job.
It's
If
an
you're
artist assistant. I'm talking about being an artist.
Sweet. Now, when
Wait.
you're an
Even
artist
so,
and you get
even
wait,
so.
hold on, wait. When you get commission,
This
when
dude.
you get commission,
I
I don't
Wait,
need your permission to
wait,
paint
I
a
was
picture,
talking about
bro.
morals
I
at
didn't
the
say
job.
permission.
He
I
is
said
talking about
commission.
orders at the
Listen,
job.
no,
He's changed
listen,
shit and wants me to
listen.
argue his
Y'all
argument.
talking about listening,
Yeah.
right? I'm talking about
What's
commission.
more bad about painting a
Commission
picture?
to do a job. You are
What's
commissioned to
morally
paint
bad
that.
about
Wait,
painting a picture?
Rick, listen. You are an artist. You are commissioned to paint that diamond.
No, I'm not
behind
commissioned
you.
to paint a damn thing. I'm
That's
just an
what he
artist.
said.
Why do you have to?
Well, let him go.
I'm
Why do you
not
have to
hired
accept the
on by
commission?
you. I'm
Why
just
do
an
you have to
artist,
accept the
bro.
commission from
I
the
paint
beginning?
pictures.
So,
I go buy
not
my
for
material,
free.
I paint a picture,
You go,
and then
wait,
I
wait.
sell it.
Hold on, wait.
That's
You're
how
an
easy
Indian-
it
wait,
is.
I can-
It's
I-
an easy
I ride with you on
job,
this.
bro.
Wait,
I said commission
wait,
from the very
Brick, I'll
beginning.
ride with
You're
you on
not
this one.
listening. You're just not
Brick,
listening.
hold on,
He
wait,
literally
Brick,
said commission from the beginning.
No. Brick, I'll ride with you on this one. You're an independent artist, means you work for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Right. All right. What if no one buys your painting?
Well, then I'm a shitty artist.
Nah. What if someone wants to hire you to complete a job?
And if I don't want to work for him, I don't have to.
Okay, cool. So, Joe, we have found the answer to your question. It's a job.
No,
where your
you haven't.
skills
You're
are
not talking
selling.
about what I
Yes,
was
the fuck
talking
we
about.
have.
Hold on.
I want to hear Finkel's response to that because he heard it and he knows what I'm talking about.
You're being yourself in that job.
Stop. We just heard about a choice. If you can't sell your shit, you have a choice. Don't do that shit. Just like if you don't want to get the vax, you don't have to get the vax.
Right.
Oh man, now it's going
If
back.
you don't want to do something, but the point is made that if there's something that you don't agree with, that's maybe not going to work out for you because either it's morals or finance or just plain and simple
So
physically not able to do.
How hungry do you get before you say enough is enough?
Oh, I don't have to worry about that.
Well, you
No,
figure,
I'm not
you
talking
figure
about
out
you.
what,
We're speaking in
I
generality.
am talking about me. You
Great.
said me.
So-
You said you.
okay.
That's me.
All right,
I don't
let's
have to
talk
worry
general.
about that.
How hungry does a
I'm a
person?
Southern boy. I can hunt. I can fish. I can do all those things
We're
that is
talking about the
necessary.
common man.
Bro.
Everyone isn't Southern.
well,
Right.
he's not
If
common
you
man
consider
though.
these
You're
things as a
asking.
man,
I
what
literally
we're talking
said
about is not what
I
you
will
can
go with
do.
the
It's
semantics.
about
I
being
said
better.
you. I got
There.
that. I will go
It's
to semantics.
better.
I said you. Now let's say
Should be press,
people.
not
What is the
press,
common person going to do?
Prick.
Remember,
It's about being better.
Take over on his mic too. So wait.
The whole conversation.
Let
The
me finish
topic
my
But the
question.
point is,
better.
you can
So
find.
what
since you
you
took
can
it
do.
personal, let's do it as
But
a
the point is,
common.
you can find
How
a
But it's
job
not
that
the
works for
topic.
you.
How hungry
It's
or how
not the
destitute?
topic.
It doesn't have to be
How
We're
hard.
way
It
off the
could be
Yes,
topic.
it
The
does.
topic was
See,
how.
y'all,
Why
y'all,
would you?
I
Hey,
went
here
ruthless
was a
now. This conversation
topic,
is
man. I'm gonna show
disingenuous
you.
because I don't want to mind the shit out. Y'all just want to be right. Fuck it. That's all right. You
Well,
got
you
it.
can find something that works for you that you could do.
That does
Doesn't have to
not
be hard.
answer the
I
premise
need
of the
Uh-oh.
fucking
y'all
question.
motherfuckers making me warm.
We
God
got
I
Tesla.
needed it to be
Dang.
hard. Uh-oh,
Got
Yes,
Tesla's
sir.
coming out. Uh-oh, here's Tesla. Here comes
See them
Tesla.
electric sparks coming. Oh,
Wait,
these-
wait, he ain't got his
Teslas are
band. Wait,
coming
he ain't got his.
out.
He ain't got his bandana.
Joe,
Not too much to worry
are
about.
you impressed by how good I'm being on Resla's panel?
Now here's
No,
the
actually, I've
bandana.
seen you
You had
and
to say the
on a few
bandana.
other
Here's the
panels, and
bandana.
you've been doing well.
sparks. I
Yeah.
see sparks.
Tesla.
Hey, listen,
Tesla.
dude,
arrived.
let's go back to what we were talking about. The shit got hijacked. They got mad because I said you're a bad parent if you have your guy be a cop, and then it went to the military. And I say yes, if you're gonna give over somebody else the moral to have your kid be killed, then you can't give them a job where they give over morals. However, if you're a painter, fireman, or whatever the hell normal shit, you don't have to give over your morals. That's what the conversation was about. It's been moved over to should you have a job and work for people or not? You can work.
Still have to follow the rules, sir.
I think
So-
you
Have to
muted,
follow the
Russell.
rules.
You muted,
what
Resla.
job? What job is
You
there
don't think
not
you
a
have to
possibility?
all right,
What
just
job
let
is
me
there
break.
not a what job
You
is there not a possibility that you would lose your life?
and then you say, and not even as a cop, you can
A
literally lose your
dog
life being a
wants to
fucking
lose his
painter.
life.
Literally being a painter.
Yeah.
You can lose your life being a painter.
You can.
You can't
But do you
lose
have to sacrifice morals?
Oh my
I'm
god.
sorry. If anyone joins the military without the knowledge they might have to be unalived or cause an unaliving or take orders or get yelled at, they didn't do the research.
Agreed.
Yes, I would
That's-
agree.
That's
Listen, here's why I
natural
like
life. You're
military
gonna get
motherfuckers.
yelled at in life. You have the possibility to lose your life when you wake up. Hell, you have the possibility to lose your life when you sleep. The only difference is I'd rather get paid to train and paid to off a motherfucker than to sit at home on the fucking couch and just be like, oh, well, I don't want to do that because of my morals. That doesn't make
And that's
sense
you.
to me.
And that's you.
Again,
Yeah, and that's fine. That's
so
you.
The common mind is this, right? It does not make sense, right? Especially in today's job market where everything is, well, thank God for Trump, because DEI is out the fucking window. Jesus fucking Christ. But
That is a fact.
Man, because DEI fucked up everybody.
Amen.
Because during DEI, if it was a job that you could not find, then you had to resort to either going to the military, the police department, or some gig work or some work at home shit. Either way it goes, every job, whether
keep
fuck
hurting,
it, I don't even have to say
keep
job.
hurting.
Every facet of life produces the opportunity for you to lose your life. How you manage it. Finkel is the gentleman's name, correct? Finkel made a great point. It's all about choice, but even in that choice, there's risk in everything that you do. So my question still stands. Even if
Go ahead.
even if you don't lead your child into being in the military or becoming a police officer, what job is there where they don't have the potentiality to lose their life?
Of course, there's no way
That
you're
is
gonna
your
come up with a job
assertion.
like that, bro.
Who
Stop
said that
it.
about life?
Stop
No one's
it.
listen.
Stop it. That
No,
is
they're
so
trying
within
to.
your
You are
fucking
fucking
belief.
job. Come
Jeez.
on.
Wait. He
Instead of
shifted again.
arguing, just give me the job where you don't have the potential to lose your fucking life.
I could lose my
What do
life
you mean? Who
by
cares?
being a
That's
dog
your
walker.
premise.
No one is arguing against that. And if they're arguing against that, they're off their square. You've moved
Great.
it over
So
to
now
what job
because I
will you
originally had a
not die
question.
in?
No,
No
I
one's
originally had a-
arguing that you
I
won't die in
originally
a
had a
job.
question. My
You where you
question
won't
was,
stay.
why-
Hold
no.
on. Where
My
you won't
question was,
stay
why would you
is
tell your child to not become a cop or go into the military? Because that's cutting him off from the process of gaining
There you go.
potential to fucking feed themselves and their family.
go.
Why would you tell
why
them
did I
that they
say
don't need to do
why did I tell you? What was my answer?
because of
If
the
you've
morals
been
and the
listening.
possibility, because of the morals and the
wanna be a
possibility they may
hitcher.
lose their life with the lack of research.
Hold on, he don't know.
I just
Say again.
let me say one thing. Yeah,
Hold
why
on, he
stop
doesn't
your
know.
kid from being?
Please let
No,
him
hold on.
answer.
I've already answered. What do you mean?
Dude, I've been quiet a
You were
lot.
wrong. They talked over
I'm
you, but you were
starting to.
wrong. That was not my answer. My
What's the
answer was that on that level, you have to delegate your morals to other people. Military, police, you have to kill people, delegate morals. So I
No, you
wouldn't.
don't. You can choose.
Do you have
You
to?
can
You know
choose.
how many fucking orders I turned down? You know how many
God, you
sergeants I
niggas
cussed
get
the
so
fuck out?
excited. Or you get so excited.
Yeah, I get
And you're
excited
wrong
because
again,
here's the
by
thing.
the way.
No,
You don't even
wrong
have
on
to
what
be in
level?
the military.
Wrong on what level?
You have a choice
When
to
a
not even
motherfucking
go.
sergeant told me to do some shit, I said, to hell with you. That doesn't make sense. You're asking
Right.
me
You
to
don't
fucking
have to
give up my
delegate
life
your
because
morals
of your
to the
fucking
military.
rank. Fuck you and your rank.
I don't know anything about being a cop, but if you're a soldier, you took an oath to follow the orders of the officers appointed over
You're
you.
absolutely
That
right. But before I was
implies
a soldier,
lawful orders.
you're
We are
absolutely
taught in
right.
basic training in AIT and PLDC and BNOC what an unlawful order is.
Correct. Now, when it comes down to it, there are people who, because of their rank, they like to take advantage of it and they like to be a dick about it. If you're going to be a dick about it, meet me in the tree line. When I went to Fort Knox, Kentucky, my whole entire basic training cycle, we went all up and through motherfucking agony, misery, and heartbreak. Special Forces was training out there. After I left Fort Knox, I went to Fort Aberdeen, Virginia. After I left Fort Aberdeen, Virginia, I came back here to Detroit, Michigan. From there, I learned strictly because I was raised in a military family. Ain't no difference between a motherfucker in the army and a motherfucker on the street. They're still human beings. They still bleed red. But the first thing I'm going to do is get respect. I don't give a fuck out of none of that shit. Because before I was a soldier, I was a man.
That's a fact.
What you doing over there harassing them folks on their land for anyway? I'm curious. Please tell me succinctly.
Say it again. I couldn't hear
What
the
were you doing over there with your bombs and over there and shooting motherfuckers on their land for anywhere? Please answer succinctly.
Gratefully, I don't say this with too much honor. I never shipped. I brought back
never
brothers
shipped.
in boxes. I brought back brothers in
All right.
boxes, but I never shipped.
All right. Well, let's just say you did for the sake of argument. You know,
here
because
we
we're
go.
talking about having a kid in the military. Let's say he went overseas. What is that kid? What are they over there fighting for?
Bullshit.
So why
Freedom.
would I suggest to my kid he join the military and go fight for bullshit?
Because it's better than him being on the street being involved in a gang.
So that's better.
There are other options. Those aren't the only two options. There are other options than being on a gang, in a gang, right?
Wait. You asked me for my opinion. My opinion, my thought process, because I came up in the streets of Detroit. I know what the street games look like. I know what the drug game looked like. I participated in it. And I also know what the military side of the game looked like. And I can tell you right now, I wish I would have chose the military before I chose the streets, but it didn't happen that way. The truth of the matter is, I
keep in mind.
The truth of the matter is there are more options.
He chose the military.
These were the only two options: military or gang banging. I don't even accept that on his head. There were many more options. Stop it,
bruh. Here in Detroit,
I had to do the military, or else it was to be in a gang. Stop it.
Here in Detroit, you
honestly, are you saying that there's more benefit than being in a fucking gang than being in the military?
I'm saying that there are more choices than the military and a gang.
I understand
you
that.
have limited
But me and him having a
choices in that, bro.
conversation about my
You can't be an artist. You
So-
can't be
Yeah.
a teacher. You can't be a
I got you.
firefighter.
I got
You can't be in a thin blue line gang.
I got you.
You
I
only
didn't wanna
two
be a police officer. Fuck
choices.
the police. I didn't want to be a police officer. Fuck the police. I'm straight on police.
Well,
If a kid in 2025 is turning 18 and is talking about the military, he should know there are just wars and unjust wars, and even in the
Right now, they're
unjust
smarter
wars,
than we were.
But not for nothing, Finkel. In the corporate world, guess what? There are just wars and unjust wars as well.
But please, Frank, go please.
even
I can tell you, I've sat on the side. I can tell you, I've sat on the side of the table going against people who I knew was in the right.
even in the unjust wars, it demonstrates America's strength, and it causes an unwillingness of possible enemies attacking us. Vietnam sucked.
Agreed.
Vietnam was
Wow.
very.
Isn't the
but
hardest war to fight, though, brother, inside our own head?
I got an idea. Let's just keep interrupting people when they're talking. That works.
It works so far tonight. Yeah.
I just want to let you guys know that we're failing. We're failing in this conversation to be better.
No.
I am. You should have seen me 2 years ago, bro.
Wrestler, what did I say last year about human society? I'm sorry, about human nature. That's degenerative as hell.
But it's the same conversation I've had about human nature, and I keep having about human nature. It's the same thing, Will. I do the same thing. I know what you're talking about. I know that, but I say the same thing.
So why you gonna change?
This part of the conversation just happened.
People don't want to get better. They just want to be perceived as better.
You guys picked the wrong time to bring this shit up,
Did I
bro.
not do a whole monologue about just that?
Yeah, and for that matter, I want to mention, if that's the case, then perhaps we're missing the whole point, which you also mentioned in the monologue, which is to ask better questions. I gave one. What can we do now?
And most people don't want to get up. But see, the thing about what can we do now, Brick, is that's a question that one needs to ask for themselves. It's not a question that we can ask collectively. We can only ask ourselves, what can we do? What we ask that question, what can we do now? What can we do better now? We can only ask that to ourselves. I cannot ask Will what he plan to do better because that's a question that he can only take internally. The same way for everybody else.
we. There is no we. There is only I. I only control I.
There is.
You literally just said what I just said.
I was confirming what you said. If you're talking to me, yes, you only control I. There is no we.
So once again, isn't that subjective?
No,
it absolutely is.
No,
it's
not.
It's just to you.
It requires listening and paying attention to what other people are saying and doing around you.
This is where context matters, right?
We want to be perceived as. We want to be perceived as.
You want to be better as an individual, right? Be better as an individual and to be
ladies, I need you. Ladies, I need you. I need your healing touch. I need your prayers. I need your healing touch. These guys are driving me nuts.
I didn't do
That's
shit.
what I
Don't
tell
put
them
this
too,
on me,
Russell. It works for me.
They're driving me nuts.
You got a steering wheel hanging out of your
Hey, I'm not part of that club.
Please, I need you.
I need your prayers, lady. Touch me with your healing
don't put me in that
hands.
club.
Right now.
I don't want to be in that club. I'm not part
Don't
of it.
blame this on me, goddammit. I didn't do shit. Don't
be
blame this on
better
me.
is to be in compliance, correct?
Pickle, what were you
I
saying?
heard
Correct,
wrestling
Russell?
kicking game over there. I heard that shit.
Wrestler.
It is
To be
true.
better is to be in
Human
compliance.
nature.
Is to comply
Wait. What you say? Wait, what do you say? What are you saying? Ruthless, you sound like you're on that backwater internet. What happened?
No, it's his mic cuts out when other people talk. So I'm just sitting here listening.
So once again, right? So once again, to be better is to comply, correct?
According to you?
According to you, that's not what I said.
God
Not
knows.
at all.
Right, to be better, because the man's value is from his economical success.
Buy me a house.
What?
No.
Hold on, wait. This might be
I mean, how-
interesting. This might be interestingly familiar. So you said the man's what is based on his success?
Economic
Man's
success.
value is based on his economic success.
Okay, yeah, I knew this was. I knew
I
this
knew,
was.
I
this
knew,
conversation
I
gonna come back
knew
again.
I knew the talking points was not far away. I knew it.
You knew it was only like
I
like
knew
one half
it.
there away. It's
I mean,
gonna
Oh
come back
my
eventually.
gosh.
Okay, wrestler, go
I
ahead. I mean,
mean,
not wrestler. Go ahead, Ruthless. Break it down to us. How is it that a
so
man's
right, so
one more
we
time?
so as little boys, right, we're taught to comply with the structure of society.
Nope.
Be out here to
Not me.
to survive.
Nope.
To survive.
Not me.
In America.
Never taught that.
So to survive, hold on, let me finish. To survive in this country, right, or in any social construct, you have to be someone other than yourself to a degree of education and intelligent decision. So therefore, when you go to get a job, right, you are becoming that company, or you becoming that job until you get another one. You're not going in there with your ideology. You're not going in with your upbringing. You're going in to comply to the structure which is set in that job.
Not true.
That's life.
It's not
So
true.
I don't know if you know it, but the symbol of America
when you
is
become an
actually
employee, you're not yourself no more.
it's actually the
Right.
bald eagle, which is, by
Hold
the
on,
way,
wait,
a
Brick,
scavenger.
wait, Brick. Here's the funny part. So, Ruthless, when you become an employee, you're not yourself no more.
I'm waiting.
Of course not.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
He said, "Of course not." Like that's logical. Of
Hey,
course not.
Mr.
Well,
Finkel.
how are you not
Mr.
yourself
Finkel.
no more?
Wait, hold on. He's the elder on the
Wait,
panel.
hold on.
Mr.
How you
Finkel.
not
How many
yourself?
jobs
How
have
are
you
you
worked
not
in your life?
yourself no more?
Wait, that's the funny part. You
Thank
gotta let
you.
him know.
Thank you, James. Thank
Wait,
you.
hold
I
on.
heard
I'm
my
asking
name,
Mr.
but I
Finkel a
couldn't
question.
tell what they were asking because everyone's talking over each
Okay,
other.
the
So I have
question,
no
the
idea.
premise is that when you become employed at a job, you're not yourself anymore. So my question to you, Mr. Finkel, of all the jobs you've worked in your life, how many times did you lose yourself?
Well, I'm rather old. I'm 59 years old, and there were times before recovery and times since recovery. So I'm a different person.
Wait, no,
Are you
objection.
still Finkel? The
Objection,
question is, are you still
misleading.
Finkel?
Misleading. Permission to treat that.
That's hostile.
That's the true shit.
Relay that objection.
For example, when I was 17, I got a job at a Friendly's ice cream only because it was across the street from a girls' college. That would not be my purpose in getting a job at Friendly's ice cream today.
But when
People
you clocked
change.
in at Friendly's ice cream, was you not Mr. Finkel anymore?
I was still Finkel, but I was
That
a
was the
teenage.
question.
All right,
I just wanted to make
get
sure
on
you
point.
Played
There
the
you go.
game, and then
There
you grew.
you go.
Now you don't play that game anymore, but you still play
So
the
once
game.
again, right? So once again, this is where context matters. When he got that job, though, he had to formulate his personality and everything about him to keep the job.
Oh my
No,
God.
you don't
Not
have
so
to.
sure that's
You
true.
No, he brought the personality to the
Let's
job.
all talk over each other. That makes
I need
sense.
to say this. I need to say this. Ruthless. Just because you don't feel good being in an interview, or because when you are being asked very serious questions about your background and you don't have to spread your cheeks and cough,
Oh Lord.
that doesn't mean that you can't be yourself. It doesn't mean that.
You can be yourself. Yeah.
So
You can be yourself
Unless you
whether
want to
you're in
run
a-
around.
whether you're in a suit and tie, whether you're in sweats, whether it's casual Friday and you get to wear your jeans or your slacks, your chinos or whatever, and it's okay. There's no time where you don't have to be yourself.
If I may, for 10 seconds.
Choose not to be yourself.
Because
You only
yourself
get one
is what
shot.
makes you.
One
You might
second.
miss your
So
chance to blow.
I just wish.
Opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Go ahead, Tim.
I just wish that other people could be half as good as they expect me to be.
No, right?
Damn, that's a hell of a fucking point. That's a bar.
Right?
Let me finish explaining. To Ruthless Truth point, when I was 17 and got that job at Friendly's, I had no interest in scooping ice cream or waiting on tables. I had interest at the girls across the street. if I was going to get that same job today, it would only be
Here,
because my interest.
you ain't hear Finkel. He's trying to scoop that vagina.
Right. When I was 17. Now, the job I have now, I had an interest in the company, in the job title, and I like what I do. I don't do it because of girls. So I'm being my honest self now. Was I always my honest self? No. Sometimes I was chasing skirts.
Ruthless. You see how he was able to be
that's your
himself
honest.
self?
Well, wait a minute. Wait, sir.
That was your honest self.
That was your honest
know why
self.
you were
You like
exactly,
women,
James.
right?
You knew why you was there.
That's why you was
Sir, no. You knew why you was there. You knew why you took the job. The only thing you would be deceitful about is just telling the person why you was there. You knew why you was there. So you would still be
the hiring manager did not want me Googling.
Because you could have just hung up. Finkel, you could have just hung up with your friend. You could have just hung out with your friend, not made no cash, could have been sitting out there and still been chasing skirts. But you did it because you wanted some money. Because quite frankly, if I'm going to sit there and try to scoop up these little vaginas, I might as well get paid for it too, right? So you were still being your honest self, sir.
You gotta have the money in order to.
You were just lying about why it is that you were employed there.
I'll give you honest. I'll give you an honest explanation of the dishonest self who interviewed for that job. The hiring manager asked, "Wouldn't this job hinder your social life?" And I lied. I said, "I don't need a social life. I need a job." What I really wanted was the job across the street from the girls' college.
You lied for no fucking reason. You could have said,
wait.
You could have said this will absolutely not hurt my social life at all.
You wanted a hand job. It's okay, Finkel. It's all right.
My social life is going through the roof. I'm good.
It wasn't, and plus it wasn't really a social life because the women would come to you to the job, right? They come over to where you work at. You can talk to the women.
What's up?
And it was in the context of the job, so you have to kind of be friendly, be a little flirtatious.
You were enhancing your social life by getting
this is going
to
We're setting the record. It's like
I need one at a time. I need one at a time. Too much testosterone. One at a time.
So I'm asking you a question, and this will help you with this argument, right? Really will. So you said on the street guy.
We need someone who's not on Spectrum Cable.
Okay, your microphone.
Get closer to the McDonald's, bro. Get closer to the McDonald's.
Hold on, I can tell you one thing.
You gotta go inside, not sit in the parking lot.
One thing right now. If there's nothing that I don't know about Ruthless, there's one thing I do know about Ruthless. That man has a taste. I've seen his spending habits. I've seen his spending.
Shit!
He's not near the McDonald's. He's near the Wendy's.
Not near the McDonald's.
Oh shit! Go ahead, Ruthless. What's your question?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So
Go ahead.
Yeah, it worked.
So you was a man from the street, right?
Ruthless.
Damn.
You asked that. I'm listening. I just make
You say you was a man from the streets. You say you was a man from the streets before you went to the military, correct?
Yes.
So you had a certain lifestyle. You lived on the streets with the homies, doing your thing, correct?
Yes.
But when you went to the military, it was a different set of code, correct?
Yes.
So you had to conform from your street life, of your street knowledge, of the things you learned in the hood. Then you had to evolve into more a different structure, dealing with the military, following commands and orders, correct?
No.
It was probably some of that in the street life too.
Hold on, wait. I get his line of question. I like his line of question. What's your next question?
There's a set of expectations there.
So you say you're the same person? You took your street mentality into the military and was the same person?
Absolutely.
It's an A word. It starts with the A and it ends with a T. It's called adapt.
Adapt. Absolutely adapt.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that you're not that guy. Wait. It doesn't mean that you're not that guy when you are literally, if the whole point of life, the whole point of you being Ruthless, you are not the same as you were a child. You learned that you have to learn through adaptation. Yeah. Everyone does it.
So what I'm telling
you,
I'm not, but Will didn't change.
as a person, you say yourself, you go to the pen, you went through the pen, right? You want to tell me you didn't adapt in order to be able to survive in there?
Hey, we don't have to bring up this.
But I didn't change.
No,
I had to adapt.
You didn't change. That's it.
But the same way, I'll say for the same way as me, I'll put on me. The same way as me being someone who's in the streets to being someone who's homeless. You don't think I have to adapt to deal with around these motherfuckers be acting homeless? Especially when you're homeless, you don't get the benefit of what kind of person you get. You get from the minimum in one large room, you get from minimum to maximum security, motherfuckers.
So once again, I'm not arguing.
You get from the pedophile motherfuckers that killed. You don't get a choice.
I got two questions.
What I'm saying is, can of worms.
And guess what? My ass didn't learn. It was so nice I had to do it twice.
So once again, you cannot have the point I'm making with you, Will, is
I can't hear Rufus. Can he need the point in the right direction?
I want to hear James. He hasn't really gotten to speak.
Hold on, wait.
I want to go back to the military thing.
One second, James. So you saying that because of my transition, because of my transition to the military, I left the street life behind.
Right.
Stupid.
Yeah, not really left it behind in your mind, not mentally, but
I can't
how you displayed yourself. How you displayed yourself on a military base was different, meaning you had to be a certain way. Different.
You barely understand anything you say as it is.
When you get with a girl, you're not single anymore, right?
So you're not yourself.
That's true.
Whatever that.
So right.
When you become a married man, you're not a single man anymore, right?
Laid on him. Well, because that means when you're a single man and you get a girl, right, and you're no longer single, right? That means you don't display yourself the same way how you was when you was a single man, right?
I know we all like to hear ourselves talk. Hold on. Can everyone just shut up for 2 minutes?
Window. Go ahead.
God damn.
Let's go to Finkel.
You have
5 minutes ago.
Ruthless, hold up. Somebody else has got to speak, please.
One at a time. Let's go to Finkel.
Thank you. About 5 minutes ago, we were going to get James Life to actually say something, and then automatically y'all started talking over him again. Let the man talk.
My apologies.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But I want to go back to the military thing, though.
I'm down.
Sorry for interrupting.
He in the military, so he was himself when he went into the military. He was himself because he chose to be in the military. So therefore, he was being himself. You know, and then yes, he was because he chose to be there. He didn't have to be there. No one forced him to be there.
So if he's from the streets, right, James? All I'm saying is he come from the street life, which he pretty much was indulging in, but he wanted a paycheck. So he had to change his ideology going into the military and adapt their ideology. Not the street ideology.
Let me ask you a question.
He could have got a job at Walmart. He could have got a job at Kmart.
I got two for you right here, Rufus. Sorry, James.
Hey, can I ask a question? I'm sorry.
What is it about the word conformity? It's the word conformity that you're hung up on, Rufus, right? That's the word that you're focusing on. Is conform, right? And that makes you a liar. It makes you a liar, right? So what is it? What happened to you? What is it that happened that when you have to feel responsible, right? When you have to like manage an expectation, right? At work, there's a set point of expectations, right? We don't go above and beyond that. We don't try to change the fucking expectations, right? We get the job, we maintain that level, whether the job is the military, whether the job is mowing lawns, right? Whether the job is pushing paper or cooking food, okay? There's an expectation. What about maintaining that expectation or conforming to that expectation makes you a liar?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
What is it? Why does that make you a liar? Because nobody else on panel feels like when we get a job, we become a liar when we conform to standards, right?
No. So Uncle Fatty, what I'm saying is, when you get a job, right, you put off the things you do at home and your regular life to be a professional.
Girls fat. Sure.
Right. So when you leave, listen, when you leave your job and go home, right, you're different. You don't act the same way at the job that you do at home.
It's code switching. We're chameleons. That's what we do. We adapt and overcome, right? We adapt to our surroundings.
If I go home, right. So if I go home and tell my wife, shit your ass down and stop talking to me. But if I go to work and say that, I will say it like that, right? I will say, hey, you need to stop this. I'm gonna write you up. That's different. Not because I have to be within the structure, the construct, and I have to comply in that, which I'm not being myself.
Yeah, I think you're just hyper focused on.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if I did talk to my,
he's hyper focused on that word, conform.
And there's a negative connotation to those words, right?
Attached to it with him, and attached to it.
Of course.
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question, man. I didn't get a chance. I'm curious. If in my lifetime, I was a barber, a fireman, a plumber, which one of those was the real me? Because according to you, I think I have to pick one.
None of them. According to Ruthless, none of them. You was a liar when you switched your liar. You black motherfucker.
Joe, if you would have missed all that, I would have said they were all you. They were all you. All giving your effort, all giving your personality, but according to Ruthless, none of them was you. It was all fake. None of them.
Every woman is out to get you. All they want you to do is buy them a house, and then they're going to take all your money and leave, right?
Well, there's another part of that conformity that I believe you kind of didn't actually touch on, because he said it many times. You have to. This is what you have to do, which is not accurate. I do not have to conform to a damn thing. I literally can go live out in the woods and survive just as a man. Now I have to conform to nature, but that's about the size of it.
Brick, let's go with his premise. His premise is that I'm a liar because I chose to go to the military. So
no, that's not saying you're a liar.
That's the word that you used.
What I'm saying is, in society, right? You have to understand politics and how things go, and to get those jobs, to pay your bills, to keep the money coming in, you have to be sort of different than where you home and your personal
right. And so for those you presented qualifiers, and that's okay.
Wait, presented qualifiers. I get that. Ruthless. Do you have to be an adult? Do you have to understand that? You said the whole thing about whole politics and coming up in the world, but do you have to understand the military? You're enlisted, sir. Do you have to understand that?
Yes, you have to.
Really?
Yeah. So I got a question. So when you lie your way into some pussy, wait, when you game your way into some pussy, are you lying or are you being yourself?
Of course, he's lying.
Oh, that's
is it natural?
That's not. I'm just asking.
Yeah, come on, sir.
You don't come naturally feeling.
If you are selling,
he's lying.
Because he's lying.
It's all dudes here. If you selling game into a chick so you can get some pussy up out of her, are you lying to her? Are you being your natural self?
Come on. You said you got like 5 of them, right? Like, come on. Be honest.
He answered. Wrestler, he
answered. What I'm just saying is, let me ask you a question. So there are different styles of how people feel.
You're explaining the answer, but you're not giving the answer. What's the answer? Are you lying?
I'm just saying this.
Ruthless. I'm more than have you expound on your point and what you're trying to make, but I need the answer first. It's a yay or a nah, and then you can give your points. Can you do that for me, sir?
So if you're selling game, you're lying.
All right, my battery just dropped below 10.
Will, he's yours.
He's yours.
I ain't lying at all. I gotta go. It's been a pleasure.
Take it easy on
all right, Uncle Patty.
If your true self is lying to women to get laid, then you're being your true self, but you're still lying.
If you're lying, if you're selling a illusion, you're being a fucking liar.
So is being a liar your true self?
In some people's cases, yeah.
They were asking Ruthless.
When we're speaking to it now, is being innately being a liar part of my human nature? Yes. So I have back. It is my true self. Because everybody lies in life. Right? Nobody's perfect.
I love how he hit behind that. And being lying is a part of my human nature. Like all humans don't fucking lie. I love how he did that bullshit.
Hey Rufus, I got a question for you. Is it fair to say that everyone is a hypocrite?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll take it.
That's the most nonsense thing I've heard up here the entire time I've been up here.
Bullshit. Not for nothing. 10th man, that's the most honest Ruthless has been.
No, it's not.
All right, that might be true. Okay, all right, hold on. You can't be a hypocrite if you have no expectations of people. But you can never call me a hypocrite because I don't expect more of others than they expect of me. But others definitely expect a lot more of me than they expect of themselves. I can tell you, I'll just keep repeating that till people understand what I'm trying to say.
I'm sorry,
yes.
I thought you was done. Go ahead, my bad.
No, I'd love to hear your question. I don't forget what I'm talking about. I could go for 17 hours. I've done it. Go ahead.
If I'm selling you a lie with the expectation to get something out of you, right?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So if I'm doing that and I myself am a liar, is that not being hypocritical?
Nope.
Because I do have an expectation out of you. My expectation is that as a salesman of this lie, that you are potentially going to buy it.
Okay. What does that have to do with hypocrisy?
That has everything to do with hypocrisy.
No,
because
hypocrisy is judging others to have standards different than your own standards.
Hypocrisy, if you lie to me, I'm gonna take your head off. That's the hypocrisy.
Hey, but if you lie to a chick to get some pussy, she shouldn't feel the right to take your head off.
I can't.
Come on. This is the most hypocritical shit I ever heard. Man, I knew your premise. That's why I asked the question, right? I cannot.
He's trolling. This is
no.
I
know he is. But this
you. I'm saying you're trolling.
I'm trolling,
dude. Yes, the things you're saying are madness.
How?
No, Will's on point.
Sir, hypocrisy would be her being a hoe and then getting mad at you for cheating on her. Not you. You're talking about deception. That's not deception. Is not hypocritical.
That's not what.
10th man. That's not my premise.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
No, that's actually Ruthless's point. That's what Ruthless been saying the whole time.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's who I. Okay, all right.
Hold on, let me say.
I'm going at the wrong guy. Sorry. I'm a wild animal.
I'm a victim.
Accusations been made. Let me clarify. Being a hypocrite is me lying to you and getting upset at you, and then I'm turning around and lying to you and get mad when you get upset at me.
Hold on, could you re-explain that?
Okay.
I think you lost your own perspective for a second.
No, I said being a hypocrite is me lying to you, right? And then you turn around and lie to me, then I get upset about it and dismiss you for when I do the same thing to you. That's the hypocrisy.
No, you can't control somebody else's reaction. If I react to you lying to me,
I didn't say control, Brick.
No, we're just
Brick. I didn't say control. Brick, I didn't say control. I said hypocrisy. It's hypocritical.
No, because you're reacting to something else. You're actually reacting to something completely unrelated.
Brick. So no, Brick. If I lied to you about something, right, and you didn't know that I lied to you about it, but then you turn, I catch you in a lie, and they get upset at you about it and fucking dismiss you. It's a hypocrite because I lied to you too. That's the hypocrisy of relationships right now. It's we all get mad at each other for being imperfect. We all imperfect.
Brick, he asked you for $20 and you said you didn't have it, but then he saw you at the store buying a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, no, that's not hypocritical. He can't. No, you can't make that relation. You can't because just because right. That's just being an asshole.
Have already been budgeted out.
That's just being an asshole, right? That's like
that's the fact, Rick.
Yeah, it's not hypocritical. You see me with something. That's actually called jealousy or envy.
You're just being a dick.
It's not hypocrisy. It's envy.
We're learning a lot tonight.
That's a fact. We are. Well, at least some are.
Hypocrisy is being mad at you for the same thing I'm hypocrisy.
You're just reconfirming my biases. That's all.
I love that we're going this far as the point, even be able to learn some of this shit, because quite frankly, with some of the things being expounded upon tonight, maybe some might do better. Be better.
You're a hypocrite.
I'm
stalling you. Oh shit, I'm in trouble. You know it's wrong.
Oh, here you go. Here you go.
Like,
Untrackable.
Resla, can I ask you a question?
Oh shit. Go ahead.
So this is what I'm talking about, right? Earlier, I came in here. You look so intelligent and professional, and then as a conversation went, now you look like you are a menace to society. So tell me what happened.
What happened is that I don't pay attention to all them black films. So I don't go back to just look at movies to be able to make my point on particular things. So Untrackable, you have anything to say about all the stuff? I don't go to Mrs. Society. I don't talk about boys in the hood. I don't talk about drinking your juice in the hood. I don't talk about none of that shit to have to be able to relay my point. Untrackable, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing very well, and I saw your topic of to be better.
Oh, before you get cooking, Untrackable. By the way, Ruthless, this is why they want to take away my black card, because I don't use a lot of black references to make my point. Untrackable, go ahead.
Yeah. To your point of to be better, and then you have the point of hypocrisy and boiling it down to lying. Hey, if you can be a better liar, be a better liar. If you can do worse things to people better, are you not better than the people that are trying to do worse things to you? But to be better, it can be a quite a questionable thing. What are you better at if you're going to be better? What are you being better at?
I can't. Jess, thank you. Oh, that was exactly what Jess. I'm sorry.
Triggered a memory.
Can you try that again, Untrackable? Because Jess snuck right in my head with that. I was lost. Sorry.
I'm dead on with this guy. I like this guy. Yeah, bro. What's up, bro? Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. I've been telling you guys that for a long time.
I've heard that ever since Assassin's Creed, sir, and I believe it to be true. Nothing is true and everything is permitted. Absolutely.
I forgot. I want to share a little funny anecdote. The company I worked for, I was working there the first time the Trumps got into office, and Mrs. Trump came and toured our wonderful establishment.
Sir, you're way too respectable. No one calls her Mrs. Trump.
Well, whatever you want to call that bitch.
No one calls her Mrs. Trump. You're way too respectable.
All right.
Everyone calls her Melania. That's it.
Whatever you want to call melanoma.
Melanoma.
We had kind of an internal company propaganda campaign going on called Be Your Best. And she came to the seminar when they were talking about Be Your Best. A few weeks later, she came out with Be Best. They're like, oh my God, if you're going to plagiarize, at least learn to speak English.
Shit. Damn. Grumple, just want to let you know, you came out at quite a hectic time, because I'm just letting you guys know we got about 10 minutes left. About 10 minutes. I may be generous, maybe give a little bit extra, but we got about close to 10 minutes, maybe 15-ish, depending on how things going before we start ending out the show.
Just to let you know, I'm still
good evening and no pressure, right?
You know what? I'm gonna be nice. Because I have not. I feel like I owe you guys, because I have not been on for a couple of days, and I was on last week, and then I kind of wasn't on. You know what? We're going to push it to 11. 11 o'clock.
You're welcome.
That's the farthest I'm going to get.
Grumpo shows up and we go to 11.
11
Yeah, so
o'clock.
hurry up, people.
11
We got a little time.
We're going to give it to 11.
Wait,
And
so
now,
should we all just start yelling at the same time? That way we can just enjoy the time that we got left.
you know what? It would do. Listen, do whatever you got to do.
Okay, cool. Fuck Rufus. Oh, wait. Rufus is gone.
Listen. Here's the funny part. I got the drinks, so we good tonight.
I really don't want that. Actually, what I'd like is first, I want to hear Track's clarification on that, and I would like to hear Grumple after that.
Yes, if you don't mind, on track. Oh, shit. Okay. Wait, hold on a moment, guys. Hold up. Couple of things. I'm gonna drop all you guys down because I see a new person. I wanna talk. Hello. Hi. Hi. I'm good. I'm realizing that you're someone I don't really recognize. What's going on?
Hi, I'm Will. Well, yeah, I've been kind of scrolling a little bit through, but I kind of know who Will is and Ruthless, so the
Okay.
algorithm has sent me over this way. So
Okay. All right. I appreciate you being here. I know Will for a good time. I know Ruthless also for a good time. I guess the reason because you're on and because there happen to be a lot of fellas who happen to be on the panel right now. I do like to encourage ladies to be on the panel, but it doesn't always happen. So when another ladies on coming on, especially someone who I not recognize, I kind of want to give you a little bit of the theme as to what's going on in the show, but also a little bit of the rules so that you understand what happens and how it could happen.
absolutely.
Part of the problem is that we get on other panels that we know, and then we think that the rules that happen on one panel come to another panel, and it's the same thing regardless of where we go, right? So I'm gonna when it comes to my channel, doing 3 rules that you really need to pay attention to. First rule is that be mindful about what you say, because when you open your mouth, you tell the internet who you are. First rule. Second rule is that you are allowed to clarify your point in case you manage to make somebody upset. You can clarify your point, you can apologize, or you can stand your ground and it just be what it is, right? And the third one is that no one is ever held hostage here. Feel free to leave whenever you feel. Don't feel like you need to stay here and take the shots. If you want to leave, no hard feelings whatsoever.
Sure.
Are you good with all that?
I'm okay with that. Yes, sir.
All right, cool. So today's episode, even though it's kind of got a little bit off the Rorschach test, is about to be better, about being better, about doing better. It's gotten a little bit off, got a little bit on. We're kind of still sorting it out, but I just want to make sure you were up to speed. All right.
Okay.
So let me bring the fellas back up. All right.
How the hell you not know Miss Potty when you was in the chat when we was over there doing the damn show together?
Sir, she's never been on this show.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, sir.
Sir.
Earlier.
Well, you mean ma'am?
You mean ma'am?
I didn't. I'm just fucking around. I didn't leave because I was triggered. I left because the panel was full, and I like to leave room for other people to come up. Just so you know.
We are not at max, so yes, you're good.
Sure.
All right, guys, continue. I'm gonna go.
Since the lady just got here, what do you have to say about what you've seen up here, and how can we be better?
Yeah. So I haven't seen not too much so far, but I think when it comes to just being better, like self-improvement in general. I don't know if you're talking about our state. Are you talking about the U.S. or are you just talking about in general people? But obviously, self-reflection is going to be for me, I believe, is the number one thing. Reflecting on what you've done and trying to improve that. And I think that one of the biggest things is that a lot of times we'll think we're improving, but we're just repeating ourselves over and over again. It may look a little bit different, but we're just repeating the same issue. So like really taking time to analyze what we actually have done wrong and then making steps to do the opposite. I think that's a way to make yourself better in the long run. And also like, don't be too hard on yourself to mess up, because that's the whole point, is to mess up so then that you can then obviously progress. So mess ups aren't like the worst. It's just like you mess up and then you just revise and then move forward. So I think that's a really good thing that we should start focusing on as a people, as separate individuals, and as the country. Like, we have to really kind of analyze what's going on so we can make things better, and stop looking at it as everything's so personal, because not everything's a personal attack. Yeah, sometimes it's just, hey, it's just what it is, and not everything's so personal. I think we're a lot of times right now, everything is like under a microscope. Everything you do is always someone's upset about it, and so we want to think about the greater good sometimes, not necessarily what's best for each individual person.
I disagree.
Okay. Why do you disagree, Grumple?
Everything is a personal slight and should be taken at the worst possible value that it was meant, that anybody could have possibly meant by it. You should never give any grace to anybody for any possible things, and be offended by everything.
Okay, I mean, damn, it's a fucking Monday. He chose violence.
I like
right
these
out the
new
gate.
guys.
Jesus.
These new guys are awesome.
Right out the gate, Grumple just chose violence. 100 grade A violence.
I mean, that's a Monday, right? You gotta
Hopefully, she'll be back. She wasn't.
Did I scare?
Was that her?
No. She may have some internet issues.
Wait, what time? She's probably at work.
Probably.
She usually be on panels when she at work.
Yeah. So I have no problem with that. Brick says fantastic show. Gets the hands up. Something about the bird. What? Who? Udon? What's that? Smash? Who the fuck is that? Who is that, Brick? What the fuck you talking about?
Button, smash button, smash button, smash
button. Jesus
Smash
Christ.
the button, brother. That's what I got.
Smash what you thinking?
What he says, smash the button. That is crazy.
Smash the button.
Lady Luck, you are. Well, I was gonna say you're not late, but you are late. You are kind of late. I'm not gonna lie. You are kind of late. But thank you for showing up, regardless of what. Just thank you for showing up. Yeah.
I would ask the question: what is better? Because you have to draw a line of where you are to make a gain to make of what is better, and that can be an individualized thing. You know what I mean?
Yay and nay, because if you think of if the part of the thing that one of the things that we can do as human beings, and that's just us, that no other animal can do, is that we can imagine. We can imagine.
All I can say is this, and I just want to say something real quick.
Before you cut me off, let me get my shit.
I thought you were done.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done. So the one thing that we can do as human beings that we can imagine, and because we can imagine, one of the things that I see to a lot of people in this world is that who we are to be, we are now becoming. So that means if you can see yourself in the future and what that person was like, if there was an untrackable in the future who is the best untrackable that he could be, there's no way that the man that you are right now is going to be that man in the future. So that means everything that you need to do right now in order to become that man in the future is all the stuff that you should be striving to be. You get that?
Nope.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with it too. So go ahead, Trek.
You lost me like 4 seconds into it. My bad.
No, I understand that to an extent. But when it becomes a comparison of, it becomes a comparison of, am I better than you, or am I better than I was yesterday, or am I better than this record that was set so long ago?
I can answer that. I can answer that. First of all, you should only be comparing yourself as to who you were yesterday. You should never be comparing yourself as to who you were last year. You should never be the same way how I tell people who are on a job. Do not compare yourself as to who you were last year on this day last year, because quite frankly, you cannot even tell me what the weather was like this day last year. You should only be comparing yourself as to the events and the efforts that you gave the day before or the week before. You should not be comparing yourself to anything else. And you should not be comparing yourself, and you should not be comparing yourself to other people, because at the end of the day, they don't live your life, you live your life. They will not get the result. They will not be buried in the same plot that you are.
Can someone compare you to where you were yesterday versus your own comparison of where you were yesterday?
Only you can compare where you were yesterday. Other people can only other people can give their perception of where they think you were. Only you know where you were.
Screw other people. If you want to be better, one of the things you have to do, as I said earlier, is take a personal inventory and set a baseline, and you'll know if you're improving or getting worse.
I agree.
But you have to have that inventory.
I think you should definitely know where you were a year ago, so you know.
Well, the problem with focusing
your baseline.
Wait. Unless you're grumple. Unless you're journaling, there's no way in hell. There's no way on God's green earth that you know exactly where you were today, January 20th, last year. Like I said, unless you journaled and you can tell me exactly what the weather was. Can you tell me exactly what you were doing and what you were thinking? What did I say? I was very, wait.
I mean, that's part. Yeah, it's part of keeping track.
All right then. Most people do not journal.
But listen. The problem with looking at things,
I get. Come on now.
From the past perspective, right? Listen.
Very short-sighted.
The problem.
Am I improved from last year or not?
The problem with looking at things from I'm going to only look to the past to find out what is better is that there are things that will happen in the future that you can look at and say, this is probably going to happen. That you say, I'm going to be better in the future than what it could be, right? So yes, you can look to the past, but also you need to look to the possibility of things in the future. It's not that easy.
So the issue with that, I don't disagree with you, Brick. The issue with it is that hindsight doesn't work going into the future. Hindsight only works looking backwards.
This is true.
That's my thing. You can only see where you've been. You can't see where you're going. You can only plan for where you can only plan for where you want to be. You can't see the path as to where you're going.
Right. But either way, those are two bad ways to look at it anyway, because really if you get down to the base word is actually good. We don't say gooder, we say better.
Good,
right?
Yeah, better.
So,
yes, correct.
Right?
Yes.
So
I say gooder.
Base word. If the base word is good, right, then that's the objective truth, right? So it's about moving, and I hate to use these examples, it's moving from the subjective of what you view things right now or could view things in the future to the baseline, which is what is objectively true. And that's difficult in a subjective world where we are taught this and that. It's tough. But you know what? We work to that, figuring out as we go along what is objectively good. Not everything is subjective. There are some real base understandings in nature, right? If you don't eat, you will die, right? If you don't drink water, if you don't close yourself in the snow, you will die, things like that. So what is better should be based at least in reality. And then maybe moving forward from that, you might interject some morality to it, but ultimately at least baseline what is real.
Baby, don't hurt me.
No more.
No more.
I think he has a point.
Being cold does not.
By the way, just saying it, Lady Luck. I gave her the night off. That's why Nightbot's not working. I gave her the night off. In case you were wondering, I gave her the night off.
Oh, so Nightbot didn't have a moral. It wasn't able to make a choice. You're a slave master. Terrible.
No, Nightbot absolutely works for me. So no, I gave it a night off. That's the reason why she hasn't been acting up.
Terrible. Treating that
That
Nightbot.
bitch gets around. I'm sure Nightbot's working somewhere else.
Probably is. She working the street somewhere else.
She's a whole
Oh my goodness, we're talking about Nightbot.
It's gonna be a dipstick.
Are we seriously talking about Nightbot?
She probably is. She probably is.
All right, now that there's a break for 10 seconds, I look at things generationally, and though I am a little bit of an alcoholic, I look back at my past and look at my father, grandfather, and I cry way less when I drink than any of them ever did. So I think I'm doing pretty damn good. I used to watch them cry while they drank, and they were so sad about their life because their wife was horrible. I have an awesome husband. I don't have to deal with none of that nonsense. I think I'm doing pretty good.
Maybe they were in touch with their emotions.
Well, what's good, Chris?
Yeah,
Chris
no.
Craig, what's going on, man?
There was a whole lot to unpack there.
There really was.
10th.
Like not for nothing. Like 10th man, you have been leading the conversation. Like I am a poor host. You have been leading the conversation for tonight. I think I had made a terrible. I should just did open panel.
I've been doing this a lot longer than you, so just take it easy on yourself. Just calm down.
No, I think I should have just did open panel if I just knew you was just going to turn around and just make the topic for me.
You know why that happened to you? Because you can identify yourself in that statement.
How do you identify, Resla?
I can only identify myself as black, sir. Black and beautiful.
I identify with everything.
But what just the 10-man said, you can identify in some part of that statement. That's why it feels so intense.
That's why it's intense. Because I identify as 10 inches.
No, are we trying to say emphasize?
If it's
I'm liking where this is going. Keep going.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
I mean,
so much of things as far as the topic is concerned is to be better. So better means spending more time doing something. Experience does matter.
Oh, guys, I'm gonna hate.
I like that.
I'm gonna hate doing this, but I need to I need to remind you.
Wasn't it another hour and a half because I joined? I mean, that's what I got out of it.
Just need to remind people.
An hour and a half.
No. That's for you. For you. You show up late. You on Negro time for some reason.
I'm just. I mean, sometimes
you on
things
Negro.
happen.
No, sir. You on Negro time. We've been here for a while.
So to answer a little bit on that track, so yes, experience does matter. That's why when you're playing a poker game, right, and then you make a bet, right, you're taking the experience that you already have and applying it to what might happen, right? And so the better would be to now you're applying it to the future and taking a guess that doing something this way may do you well in the future. So that's the good part.
Rick, you're saying take the insurance.
Not always.
No, if the dealer's got a face card showing, you take the insurance, right? I mean, or not.
If you've never failed before, then you have no clairvoyance on what could happen on the next decision.
You could have the experience that someone told you about, but there would be better experience if you had it yourself. Yes.
Rick, what is the worst thing that can happen to you tomorrow? The worst thing.
Death.
Torture.
Okay,
Meet a girl.
and how can
Okay.
and
That was not what crossed my mind, but okay.
how can you anticipate? How can you be aware of that? If that's the worst thing that can happen to you tomorrow, how can you prepare yourself with the information that you have today, regardless of the future unknown, quote unquote?
So I have it.
want to know why Brick thinks he's going to get tortured tomorrow. Like what?
It's not that I think anything, bro. I don't. I literally do not think.
I don't think there's too many dudes that be like, man, am I gonna get
it was a
tortured
hypothetical
tomorrow?
question about what's
Okay,
the worst
okay.
thing
But
that could possibly happen to you. What's the worst thing that could possibly happen to you, bro?
My point is this.
I mean, for me, that's actually a possibility, but don't worry about that.
Don't worry about what's going to happen to me tomorrow.
My point is what Untrackable said. If you don't know failure, you cannot have a prospective analysis about your future. If
No, that's
you
not true. So
let me close the idea. With the information that you have today, you can build or you can be near of a future construction scenario building in terms of, if I know what is the worst thing that can happen to me, I can anticipate it by taking measures before that happen because I know the experience. That's my point, you know.
No, you don't have to know the experience. I'll give you a prime example. A rogue wave, right? So we all know about these things. They happen on the high seas, right? You've heard about it, but you've never experienced it.
Could you explain it for somebody that's not in the lingo of maritime procedures?
It's just a randomly, it's a random wave that's too big to not capsize the boat that you are currently on. That's a rogue wave, right?
Well,
I mean,
that's why they
don't surf. Yeah, so I'm trying to get to the point though. So what Kramos was describing is that only experience, from what I understand, can teach you what to prepare for. However, somebody told me that rogue waves exist. And so for that instance, there are lifeboats, there's rafts, there's paddles that are stored on the boat in the case that a rogue wave hits. And so it will destroy the boat completely.
Brick,
And
just a logic piece here. Because somebody told you that it exists, that makes the lifeboats and things appear on a larger vessel.
It makes it worth putting those lifeboats on the bigger boat.
But
At the end,
are you deciding? Are you deciding what goes on the larger vessels, or why does somebody
if I own a ship
that it exists?
If I own a ship,
to do with them being on.
If I own a ship, right, and I've had a conversation with many captains, right, and those captains say, "Hey, look, there's this thing. It's called a rogue wave. It's a wave too big to survive the ship."
If you think about it, it's thanks to an experience, yours or other people's experience.
Right, I don't have to have the experience, right?
But thanks to the experience, you can take measures. That's the point.
I like how Brick is
putting
now like a yacht master. That
Brick, you live on a boat.
Yacht master. There you go. Wow.
Brick, you live on a boat.
There you go.
Rick, are you houseboating
Well,
it out?
let me kind of because I know that people really don't even understand this part, but maritime law was borrowed over to the land that we live on, the United States, and that's actually how our court system works. So we actually are the pirates that took the land, the United States. This is the way our system works. So a lot of our legal systems are literally based off of maritime law. And I did that as a dig for Finkel because I know he wants to respond to it, and he really doesn't even understand it himself.
I bet Brick actually knows the difference.
It looks like it. It looks like it. It looks like he wants to respond.
I'm real big dog.
I'll say it again. I bet Brick knows the difference between a flag that has the gold fringe around it and one that does not.
Yes, I do.
And I would say there's a difference between law and what actually happens.
Well, the legal system and what actually happens, you mean, right? The lawful is actually what happens. The legal is our system. But yeah, I got you.
Fiction thereof.
If you want to live, we can sort it out later. That's the legal system.
Yeah, I agree.
Or
I agree
or
with
the
that.
system is illegal.
Yeah. The system is the legal. Right. Yeah. So the law, like, that's what I want. I want to live within the bounds of the law, but I also agree with the social. Right. So I'm going to go along with it as long as I get to live. I'm not going to like just jump and no, I don't want to fight. I want it to be sorted out. If you want to feed me while I'm, living, that's cool. I don't want to die. Like,
that's what separates us, sir. That's what separates us.
Maybe so.
Whether you want to die or not.
I mean, everybody.
Don't give me your jurisdiction crap.
Yeah, I mean, if you really feel that strongly about it, I'm not gonna stop you from fighting. I just say that if you fight the next day and live today, then you might have a better outcome, and that would be better.
And you might want to take a bunch of ibuprofen because you're going to get sore, especially as you get older.
True. And there is a point where you don't compromise as well. There is a point where, so actually I was going to make this point earlier. So a literal game, you're playing Monopoly with the kids. You take time out to play this game, and that has all types of rules that you will follow because you care about them. You want to enjoy that time with them, but you don't go by the rules of life, which is that you could just reach over and grab the stack of 500s. You could do that, and they would never know.
Excuse me, sir. You've not played Monopoly with me and my boys because, like, the SEC is a thing.
Yeah.
Again,
the new Monopoly has a card.
No, it's totally made up rules.
Yeah, the new Monopoly game actually has a card and chance where you draw it, and you actually have to take the $100 bills, all of them, and throw them into the air, and nobody's expecting
What kind of rules of Monopoly you guys are playing? What the
No, this is a card that exists in the new Monopoly game.
I don't know about rules. I haven't played Monopoly in years.
Hang on.
Are you kidding me?
Resla, okay, so what Brick is talking about is the new Monopoly where I forget, it was like the race car, and like they got rid of 2 symbols and they had a voting contest on what were going to be the new pieces. And is this jogging anything right now? It was like in the last 5 years. This was like ridiculous because I think it was the race car and something else were going away.
I don't know. You lost me when you said race card. I said, wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, you don't get to play the race card in Monopoly.
Was one of the new pieces?
How do you think that works?
Was one of the new pieces the WB frog? What are you talking about?
Just to have a topic like
Pepe frog
to be better. And this is a thing. It's really a thing. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So,
if you're in a fair fight, you already lost.
I can't hear track because you guys talking over him.
Oh, that's a fact. Yo, spit your shit untrackable. That's so true. Go ahead.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So how far are you willing to go to be better? That's the topic of the show. To be better. So if I have to do steroids, if I have to have bigger bombs than you, if I have to violate your borders, how far do you go to win? Challenge that.
Untrackable. I think you describe a win. Also,
he went all over the place because I did not. I'm sorry. My mind did not stay in the same place. He said, if I have to do steroids, I said, what the fuck? He said, if I have to violate your borders, I said, wait, hold on.
Geneva's a suggestion.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry to say, but I agree with this guy because like 20 years ago, I'm Canadian, and I was like, I didn't like what America did in the Middle East. And then I've seen what my Prime Minister of Canada has done to Canada. And I go, yeah, never mind. America needs to invade all the countries immediately.
Sir,
all of them.
Sir, it's not fair. Given your lifestyle, you definitely know what it's like to violate borders. All right.
And buttholes.
Depends on the we tried to invade Canada once. It didn't work out well for us.
Well, I'm
no,
not.
10th
I'm
man.
not.
Oh, you're Canuckistanian. Okay, so Marine here. I'm a big fan of your war crimes and stuff. Like you're
I'm a fan of your.
That's right. That's right. And go. No, 1,000%. And going to what the other guy said about tried to invade and didn't work. That's because we didn't want it before, because it was a different time. And now, I bet you most of us would just be like, yeah, let's do that.
Here's what I would say to the short-term win. That there is no long-term win in just violating borders, right? So you go to violating borders and everybody around the world's watching you violating these borders, and future selves of you, which is the American, is not going to be trusted. So you're not really looking at the long term. You're looking at the short term.
How are you going to be better tomorrow?
Well, that's the part of the bet, the better.
The better part is that we'll have to figure that on another day. We have. I keep trying to remember that I have to take care of this timing. And if guys, if you're wondering why I do this particular timing, right? I've been hitting a lot of 5-hour marks. I really need to scale it down just for my own sanity, especially when I have to turn around and relook at stuff. So I think the streams I'm gonna try to start doing is somewhere between that 3 to 4 hour mark. If I try to touch that 3, it'd be great. If it turns out to be something great, we'll do to a 4 hour mark. But that 5, 6, 8 hour shit, like, we can't. I'm thinking about a couple of things for the futures, guys. And that's going to be how I'm changing up a couple of things, because we're in season 3. There's a couple of things I've been wanting to do that I've been trying to work on that I think I'm going to have built up for season 3 as we start working through it. So a couple of things that you see now that start changing up, and a couple of things going to get added for the future. Guys. Number one is that I think we need to start shortening the time on, but most of all, on Saturdays are going to be an open panel. That means regardless of what it is, you guys get to bring whatever you want to talk to the table. If you got beef with somebody, hopefully you don't, you get to bring it up. I am not really one for bounties, but I don't know. I'm really thinking about no still on that. But if you want to talk about whatever your grievances are, I'm more likely for the fuck shit over the weekend, because quite frankly, it's the weekend. But I'm also gonna have to clip a day, because I've been working 5 days a week on the streaming shit, and quite frankly, I'm not a full-time streamer. It's just not a thing that I've been doing. Like, got nothing. I don't get paid by YouTube, so there's no way I should be doing a full-time stream. There's no way they can pay me enough to be a full-time streamer, because I ain't got the numbers. Which also remind me that you guys should be definitely sharing out the content, so that quite frankly, I can be able to make a little bit of subscribers, everything. By the way, if you haven't already, you can always take a look around to see if you can donate. Everything that goes to Opinionated just goes straight to the channel. Nothing really for me, unfortunately, because we don't really do that. So you have my Cash App. If anything goes from there, then if that doesn't work out for you, you can always free to hit on Venmo. Everything is all from there as well. I wholeheartedly appreciate everything you guys do. I'm going to be doing my best, especially within this first quarter to second quarter, trying to reach out to a whole lot of new content creators. There is a format that I'm trying to do for the show that will get expanded, especially even to the panel. I just haven't really figured out how I'm going to link that shit up just yet. But quite frankly, I do appreciate you guys for everything you do. As you can see, camera work is still doing a little better. Like I said, I just created a few LUTs today, which is why you see it looking so crispy, so velvety with a lighting today. Not that I couldn't do it before, but it's a lot of work that I have to put into, and I don't really have the time. With that being said, I do appreciate you guys for everything that you do. Now, as far as today's topic that we've been doing, because if you haven't noticed, I've been trying to actually put forth a lot of the monologues that I have done in the past. You're gonna wait, sir. You're gonna wait. But a lot of stuff that I've been doing in the past, what I've been trying to do is to bring forth comments, or rather, not just comments, but also for conversations that you guys haven't actually seen before. Because to be honest with you, I have a lot of the stuff that I talk about on actual live streams that we do. You guys know how I do my monologue. But I realized that a lot of you guys, and I'm probably one of those few content creators that don't get a lot of you guys that turn around and say, like, oh, 50-something% of you guys are not subscribed to me. I'm actually very surprised and very humbled that most of the people who actually do watch me are people who are subscribed. Now, there are new people all the time. We're running close to 20% of people who are not even subscribed, who watch my channel whenever it hits their feed. Do me a favor, guys. Subscribe, hit the actual live feed, and actually see what's going on in the conversation that we're having. And as far as the final thoughts, I would like to say that people love to talk about their purposes. People love to talk about their meaning. People love to talk about discovering their whys and love the things that they want to do for themselves. But I don't know if we can figure out everything that we want to figure out, right? And let me just tell you something. You're never, like I said, you're never too old to figure out exactly what your purpose is in life. I know people like to believe that if I haven't figured out in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, then life is over for me. And I can tell you that there's so many people that have figured out way later than themselves. They become millionaires or they found a cheap code way later in life and it's been good for them. And I don't want you to give up on that. Maybe it's something that you haven't even considered yet, or maybe it's just something that's right in front of your face, like I said, that you haven't seen in front of you. But the purpose is that if it isn't something that you haven't found, quite frankly, it's something that you need to choose for yourself. Life isn't about what you stumble upon, it's about what you make for yourself. And I'm hoping that you guys really, really come to understand that. Don't expect $1 million to land in your lap. I would rather you do your best to make $1 million than to spend your life hoping that you can win the lottery for $1 million. So I'll leave you with this. And it's the question I've been asking for a while. What is the most important question you need to ask yourself right now? Because to be honest with you, in order to get better, you have to be willing to do better. The best life that you have is the life that you got right now. And I have to ask you, how have you contributed to it thus far? And I want to leave you with a couple of questions. Feel free to leave them in the comment section after this video, especially if you're catching us in the back end. First question I want to ask you is, if you could hear an honest review of yourself from the 5 most prominent people in your circle, right? People that you feel like you know best. What would you want to hear? Why or why not? Second question is going to be, do people actually want honesty, or do people just want to hear what makes them feel comfortable? Third question, if you're repeating the same cycle in your life, what does that say about your ability to change? Fourth question, can we ever truly see ourselves clearly, or will we always need others to reflect back who we really are? And the last question I'll give you is, are people more afraid of failure or of success? Which one stops them from growing more? Do me a favor, guys. If you haven't, I know you guys want to run off. You want to see the other content creators, but if you can, do me a favor and hit the comment section with the questions that just ask you. If you need to scroll back at least 5 or 10 seconds so that you can get all the questions, write them down or whatever, and be able to write up in the comment section. Just be able to do that for me, please, because I'm interested in what is it that you have to say. You never know. Something that you might say might spark up a conversation for an actual episode that we may have later on for Opinionated. With that being said, guys, I do appreciate you for everything that you've done. For you guys showing up, you never need to, but I appreciate you nonetheless. And take care of yourselves, take care of your family, and of course, stay opinionated. I'll see you guys on Wednesday for our next stream. Later, y'all.